And welcome to the Kongversation. I'm Hyle Russell.
And I'm Cameron Reigle.
And Stinky Ape Summer may be over, but we, here at DK Vine, will be discussing Donkey Kong Bananza through the autumn and into next year, and probably for the rest of the decade, and honestly for the rest of our lives. And,
well, I mean, after the Larry y'all talked about last time there was a Bananza episode, I think there's still very much a Stinky Ape.
Yeah. I really hope Donkey Kong took a shower at some point in this layer. There's actually a good opportunity for him to wash off, so we'll talk about that. But yes, on this episode of The Kongversation, it's another Bananza episode. Our spoiler policy is still in place for now. Now, we'll probably be lifting that spoiler policy at some point, perhaps in October. I don't really know when it feels right to do so, if it's when Yooka Replaylay comes out, or if it's towards Halloween, or what. It's still in place for now, though, and that means there will not be any spoilers beyond World 11 of Bananza, which is Sublayer 1100 on this episode. But, you know, Cameron, this is one of the first episodes where I feel like we don't need any late game spoilers to provide juicy fan servicey chat, because this layer really gets into it. This layer provides plenty for the longtime Donkey Kong universe diehard to dissect. And you approached me back when I was trying to figure out, who was going to be on what episode. The idea of getting a different co-host for every single Bananza episode as we go world to world. It was daunting because I was like, am I really going to be able to find all those people? And Cameron, you are one of the regulars on this podcast. And you said, I want to be on Sublayer 1100. And this was early on. This was, I was like, I'm not sure what Sublayer 1100 is. I had suspicions, but I didn't know for sure. But I was like, that's going to be a long time to wait to be on these Bananza episodes.
Yeah, I mean, early on for you, I had a roommate who was much further than me in the game at this point. So I was kind of like, oh, I got to make it snappy.
Yeah. I just beat the game last week. And yeah, it is what it is. But I was like, wow, it's going to feel weird not having Cameron on until we get to the 11th world of the game. But when I got here, when I loaded in and I saw the title of the world of the layer, I immediately knew exactly why you were the one who called dibs on this layer. And it made complete sense to me.
So For context for all this from my perspective, we have a DK Vine staff chat. We kind of knew that certain people were already calling dibs essentially on certain layers further on in the game. And I was thinking to myself, well, up until this point in the game, gosh, I don't know if I really want to put my name to any of these, because I'm sure there's somebody either on the staff or in the community or other friends of DK Vine that could do the discussion justice better than me. And for my personal context, I went into this game shockingly unspoiled. And I mean, let's just get this out of the way. This is the Diddy and Dixie layer.
Yeah.
We had seen them in pre-release screenshots. We had seen them in the Nintendo Direct. We knew they were in the game. I had no idea what the context of them showing up in the game would be.
Same.
Based on based on the Direct and the screenshots, and having already been through Hilltop Layer very, very early in the game, I was under the mistaken impression oh, maybe Diddy and Dixie just aren't going to show up in this until the post game, and there will be a tiny little mini game you do with them that gets added to every layer, or a few of them that you've already done, and it's just a cute little thing to do on a revisit.
Yeah.
And then I went down the hole at the end of the landfill layer. This giant, massive trophy with Diddy and Dixie's faces on it appeared on my screen, and the text racing layer showed up. And immediately, I just went, nope, mine. I want that one. And because I had thought to myself before this, well, whenever Diddy and Dixie show up, I should probably let somebody else talk about this. It's just going to be a big discussion about their character designs. I've been through that before. Somebody else can take the reins who has something more different to say. I'm like, no, they named it Racing Layer. I gotta do it.
Yeah. I understood when I got here. I, too, was thinking pre-release that they would just be a constant through the game. Like, I thought, judging from the context of the screenshots and little video footage we saw, there would be maybe a racing mini game in all the layers, and just they would follow Donkey Kong and Pauline and Cranky and Rambi down, with them, take the journey, doing their own thing, but setting up these little raceways. And like you, once we got through Hilltop Layer and they just were not there, I was thinking, okay, well, that's strange, but we know they show up eventually, so just wait and see. And then we get to Act 3 of the game, and they're still nowhere to be found, so I'm thinking, what is going on with Diddy and Dixie? And then you load in here, you see the big trophy with their heads carved into the side of it, and Racing Layer, and you're like, oh, so they just get an entire world unto themselves. I'm okay with that. It's almost a little bit more fanfare than if they were doing the Cranky bit of being fellow travelers.
Yeah, I think I ultimately prefer it this way because I think if Diddy and Dixie had been following you throughout the entire game and setting up this little mini game, you would inevitably ask, well, why is Donkey Kong doing all this hard work to save the day? Why, shouldn't you be helping?
Right. It does betray their characters if they're also going down and having this adventure. We'll get into why they're there, what they're doing.
It works for Cranky, but it doesn't. I don't think it would work for Diddy and Dixie.
I agree. And we'll get into all of the specifics, because you better believe I took a screenshot of every scrap of dialogue in this layer. So I don't think we're going to leave many stones unturned on this episode. On this episode of The Kongversation, we are talking about Kongs. And we're providing our own commentary on the Racing Layer, on Diddy and Dixie, on Rambi or Rambies, and much, much more. This is one everybody's been waiting for. We finally made it. But before we get into it, I wanted to quickly plug the DK Vine Patreon. DK Vine's on Patreon. We primarily support the website and my journalistic endeavors with the Donkey Kong universe thanks to our patrons. We are an independent outlet. We are not backed by billionaires here at DK Vine. No, we are for the people, with the people, and we rely on the money of the people. So if you like what DK Vine does, if you like having a constant, consistent outlet for Donkey Kong and the larger DKU, even when we're not in the glow or afterglow of a major new release, think about supporting DK Vine for as little as $1 a month at patreon.com/DK Vine. And we do live stream these episodes for our $5 and up patrons. And right now we have Just Andre, we have Courtney, we have Skips, we have Freezer, we have Porygon Q, S Monaco 14 in the chat with us. Hello, thank you for spending this Saturday or Sunday with us, depending on where you are in the world.
Hi, everyone.
Hello. Some of these people have been on these Bananza conversations. Some of them might be coming up on future Bananza conversations as well. So stay tuned for that. But like I said, I did beat Bananza last week, and I promised here on the Kongversation that I would be doing my initial reactions on a video. A small video, low production value, but I said after I beat the game, I would point a camera on myself and just break down how I felt. And as I said on the last episode I did, the Sea of Thieves episode with Jeff, I was not happy with how the video turned out. I was making weird faces throughout it, which I likened to my O face, because I was in a state of exhausted bliss. So I am going to film something, but I'm going to have to go back in, redo it. I don't think I was saying anything profound.
Hyle, if you should have learned anything from your idol Donkey Kong, it's that making weird faces is okay now. He does it all the time.
Well, I don't know. I'm self-conscious about being on camera, and it's one of those things where I also felt like I wasn't saying anything about the game. I was kind of talking in circles, the intention was to be unscripted. It was to just go in and be raw with it, but apparently I am incapable of doing that, especially when I have been in a very grueling end of game sequence that just leaves me utterly drained. And I was also just kind of, that lightheaded feeling when you finally do something that you've been building up to 141 hours and you finally get there and then you're just like, I want to take a nap. I think I was at that state. So I'm going to redo it. I'm going to maybe write down some bullet points of the points I want to address, and I will have something for you relatively soon where I get into all of the spoilers before we go in depth with them on the Kongversation. So stay tuned for that. You can find that on our YouTube channel at youtube.com. We're DK Vine. Not DK Vines. Don't go to that account. It's that channel.
I wonder if that's even still up.
I kind of hope not, but anyway, we are all getting slapped in the face with this layer, and we like it. It is the racing layer in Donkey Kong Bananza. I think this is the point in the game. I talk about how Donkey Kong Bananza doesn't front load itself with what we're going to call fan service, but really Donkey Kong history. It doesn't really go deep into it right away. It's a slow, steady build towards rooting the game in a sense of history, of the past, of previous adventures, and context. And it does it very slow. Of course, Cranky Kong is there from Lagoon Layer on with Rambi. And then it's Freezer Layer where you start getting fossils. And it's slow again. You start with just the Zinger fossil. And then you get the Forest Layer, and they're all Donkey Kong related fossils. And then you just start getting more and more Donkey Kong fossils, more and more references, more and more Easter eggs, and then you get to the 11th world racing layer, and it just erupts. And I think at this point on, the game knows it's hooked you, and it's not afraid to just inundate you with all of the Donkey Kong nonsense we have been craving for the better part of 20 years.
It's such an interesting and I think kind of, in hindsight, brilliant place in the game where they put this, because like this isn't post game. It's not near the end of the game. It's not even at the halfway mark. It's like a little beyond that, and then some. And it kind of frames this to me as like that. And this is going to probably sound like a baffling way to think about this, but this feels like the game rewarding a longtime Donkey Kong fan for meeting it on its terms.
Yeah.
Getting this far.
I'll have way more to say about this, maybe even in my video, but the brilliant thing about what Donkey Kong Bonanza does, we would have all been placated immediately if the trailer showed off so much of what's in the game. If we knew that this wasn't going to be a Jungle Beat situation, or even a Return situation where they're very minimalistic about what they bring back, what they reference. Like, at the outset, Bonanza felt like, oh no, it's another reinvention of the series. And it's not. It's really, really not. But I think it required a lot of us to have faith from not only just trusting Nintendo for once, but also trusting DK Vine's own reporting on what we have been hearing about the game for the better part of 7 years. And also just taking the little tidbits we were getting, like that Naughty Fossil or Cranky showing up, and really just glomming onto it and saying, there's probably going to be more to this than just a complete starting over from scratch like we were all afraid of. And I think they did this for a couple of reasons, but I think this is a new beginning for the series, and they want to rebuild the Donkey Kong brand, IP, and they knew this was going to be a lot of people's first game. And so they don't front load it with all of the elements that tie it to the past. There are little bits and pieces here and there, obviously, as soon as you get to Ingot Isle, but it's not over the top, it's not in your face, and you really get hooked into Bonanza independent of any of that. And then when you finally get to that stuff, when you finally get to, as I've been saying, the fireworks factory, then, well, The Simpsons said it first, but then it's really just a matter of not only rewarding the longtime fans who gave it a shot, but also you're not scaring off the newbies. And by then, the newbies are so invested in Bonanza that they might be intrigued by this older stuff. And it's never like they put you out if you don't know anything. They do a good job of pretty much explaining the context for a lot of this stuff. And especially Diddy and Dixie here. But
we'll get to it, but kind of a shocking amount of context.
Yeah, I'm not used to this level of context in a Donkey Kong game post Rare, and it's like, wait, I don't have to come up with an explanation for this. It's just being handed to us. Okay, I don't know what I'm gonna do with myself, but that's fine. Yeah, Malik has joined us in a live stream. Hi, Malik. And Courtney says it's about 2/3 of the way in the game. And yeah, it's closer to the end of the game than it is the beginning. But
definitely long enough in that's part of why it caught me off guard, because, by the halfway point, if they haven't shown up, I'm just thinking, well, I guess they aren't gonna really until after all is said and done.
There's just so much I want to get into, and we've got to start, Cameron, because this is one of the shortest layers in the game, or smallest when you look at the size of it.
It's so funny that this episode will probably end up as long as it is, because this is by far, I think, the shortest level world in the game. So much so that, like, transparently by this point, you can even just there's a lot of sequence breaking stuff and you can do in this game because it just affords you so much freedom.
Mm-hmm.
You can skip the entire premise of this layer if you want, and because by this point you have the ostrich transformation. You can basically go anywhere you want that has a high enough ledge. And yeah, like speedruns largely skip this, and there's even dialogue for like skipping the main premise of this layer. Like they knew that people would just skip right over this.
Yeah, if you don't want the joy and satisfaction of meeting old friends. Sure, yeah. I just want there's these beloved video game characters. God, I don't want to talk to them. Ugh, let's just skip over. Cameron, I probably spent 30...
Oh God, it's Diddy Kong. Pretend you don't see him.
Yeah, I probably spent 30 hours in this layer. So you know what? Like, normally I try to let bygones be bygones and let speedrunners have their fun. When you do it at the expense of Diddy and Dixie Kong, that is where I draw the line. That is where I spit on your face.
I mean, the thing about speedrunning is it requires playing the game over and over and over and over again. I assume at some point most of those people went over this with a fine-tooth comb like we did.
No, every single time. There's no excuse. I don't care how many times you've played Bananza. You must always spend, at the barest minimum, 10 hours in Racing Layer. And I don't want to hear otherwise.
I definitely don't know if I could bring myself to see Diddy and Dixie and not stop and say hi.
Yeah. So you load up the layer. It starts. There's the trophy. And, there's a lot of fanfare. You know, you got the Ingot Isle music playing in the background, and it just seems like coming out of the landfill, which was very quiet and serene in some ways, and you're going to this immediate bombast of a raceway, and you got like the confetti coming down, and there's Diddy and Dixie in a golden relief, and it says Racing Layer. And I laughed as soon as that happened, just because it's such a euphoric feeling for me, but also it's honestly a not so subtle nod to Diddy Kong Racing. And at this point, anytime you reference or invoke Diddy Kong Racing, you're going to win me over. You know, I'm going to be putty in your hands.
Same. It's the thing I least expect to ever be referenced, because it's not something that doesn't get referenced because of internal politics or like not wanting to use characters created by another studio. It's, this is a legal third rail where everybody's afraid to touch it.
Yes. Just very quickly for the novices out there, Diddy Kong Racing is a very complicated game. Nintendo owns the IP, the name Diddy Kong Racing, and they own the character Diddy Kong and the character Crunch the Kremlin. And they kind of own Tricky, the Triceratops. We're not going to get into that. But everything else in the game is owned by Rare. And it was published by Rare. The original Diddy Kong Racing was published by Rare. The Diddy Kong Racing DS remake was published by Nintendo. It was kind of a reverse situation there, but still developed by Rare. And Rare licensed their stuff to Nintendo in that case. So,
right, I feel like the simplest way to think about it is Diddy Kong is somehow like a licensed guest character in his own game.
Yes.
This is Darth Vader and Soul Calibur.
If you want more details on it, I get into it in my Donkey Kong Universe, the Enduring Legacy of Diddy Kong Racing video, where I spend a pretty sizable chunk of the early part of the video explaining how Diddy Kong Racing came about, the legal oddities surrounding the game, and it's very fascinating. It's not worth bringing up here in full, but suffice to say, Rare does reference it on occasion, but not as much as I would like. Nintendo basically never references it because there's no point for them to, considering so much about the game they cannot legally employ. Like, the last time they really leaned into DKR was when DKR DS came out in 2007.
The most recent reference before this that really sticks out in my mind that had to be deliberate was in Super Smash Bros. For Wii U, in one of the event matches.
Yeah.
Where there's a line that's like, where you fight a bunch of Diddy Kongs, and the description says, did they lose a race or something?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's one of those things that also comes up whenever you have to bring up Banjo. Like, they brought up Diddy Kong Racing when Banjo and Kazooie got into Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. But, it's just not something that comes up. Nintendo still registers the URL for Diddy Kong Racing, diddykongracing.com, every single year. So, they're still sitting on it, and I'm still hopeful that one day the IP will be resurrected in this new era of Donkey Kong. But yeah, to see this really overt reference, they call it Racing Layer, and you could, say, well, they're not referencing Diddy Kong Racing. It is a layer where you race that just so happens to feature Diddy Kong. And I'm like, no, you're wrong.
They could have called this a number of other things. It could have been Speedway Layer. It could have been... It feels very deliberate that it's...
Yeah.
Stampede Way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So and then you actually begin the layer, and you start at the Stampede Way entrance. My second laugh, because... Okay, to call it a Stampede Way and not a Raceway, which I've been deliberately avoiding bringing up the Stampede Way term until now, but here, from this point on, we'll call it the Stampede Way. I was kind of floored that they call it that, because it's one of those clever things where you're recontextualizing a common term in the kind of Donkey Kong rooted context that it is. And I love that. But there's also a little bit of fun history here. And I doubt this was deliberate. I'm not going to go to the mat on this one, but I'm going to say it anyway. So, the Rambi Rumble race has obvious traces of another almost game that is still beloved and cherished by fans of a certain vintage. And that was the direct console sequel to Diddy Kong Racing that was planned for the Nintendo GameCube, Donkey Kong Racing, which would have uprooted the concept from go-karts, hovercrafts, and planes. Hovercraft itself is plural. It's like Pokemon. But it would have taken it away from that context and used animal buddies, zingers, other types of fauna in the Donkey Kong series and maybe broader DKU. And you would have ridden around on that. And, of course, that's such a delicious concept for a Donkey Kong Country fan. And that game didn't happen because Nintendo declined to purchase Rare. Rare was purchased by Microsoft, and they went with Xbox. And behind the scenes, then, the Donkey Kong Racing project evolved into a game called Saberman Stampede. So to have this be called the Stampede Way, in gameplay that kind of mirrors some of the elements that we knew were going to be employed in Donkey Kong Racing, I just love that. It's delicious for me that they call it Stampede Way, and you have that vague connection to Donkey Kong Racing's twisting behind-the-scenes history.
It's kind of funny that, in a way, whether both intentionally and probably not, this game kind of calls back to every single form of Donkey Kong racing in the Donkey Kong series that has ever been, because you have Diddy Kong prominent in the layers called Racing, like Diddy Kong Racing. You have riding an animal buddy, like in the Donkey Kong Racing trailer.
Mm-hmm.
And strapped to every Rambi, you have barrel jets, like in Donkey Kong Barrel Blast.
Yes, I believe these are specifically modeled after Diddy Kong's jetpack.
I did a direct comparison before this episode to the version of Diddy's jetpack in Smash Ultimate, and yeah, there's no room for argument. They were directly influenced by the way that jetpack looks in the Smash series.
Yeah. The only reference,
little tiny details.
Yeah. Like, I don't see much of Diddy Kong Pilot in here, which is probably for the best, given how cursed that was, but it is just...
Well, there are voxels in this one, so...
Yeah, that is true. I mean, that's more Banjo Pilot, which is what Diddy Kong Pilot became. Oh my god, I'm just going in circles here. That's what this layer will have you do, though. It is a circuit, so, it's fine. But yeah, it's obviously Donkey Kong Racing is a title that we still mourn. Like, I can get over many canceled projects, but because Donkey Kong Racing never saw any life whatsoever, it's not like it was retooled and we did get it on the Xbox 360 or whatever. It's not like Banjo Pilot. It's not like It's Mr. Pants, which is, started life as coconut crackers. It's just gone.
It always hurt a little bit more losing Donkey Kong Racing in the context of its time, because it did look like it was going to be a fan service blowout from the people who made the things you want fan service of, canceled, and then immediately leaving into a long era where you just kind of wondered, is the third most important character in this series ever going to come back?
yeah. And that was the case even during the Rare era, Dixie just dropped off the face of the earth after Donkey Kong Land 3, and then
I say long, it was a few years in the grand scheme of things, but
yeah,
we were definitely a long way from Kiddy Kong riding out on Ellie.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe not anymore, but for a long time we were.
Well, that's why Bananza...
This game's given me a lot of renewed faith in possibilities.
Exactly, and that's why Bananza is such a long-deserved victory lap for the fandom. Especially those... And I'm not trying to gatekeep. I mean, it doesn't matter when you got into the fandom. I think you're feeling the good vibes from Bananza, assuming you've played it and given it a shot, and any alterations done don't upset you too much. But, anybody who was around in the buyout era, or at least knows that history, and knows how long we have had to defend just the things we love and justify it towards other Nintendo fans or the larger video game media brain trust. And the buyout era was just this long tortured argument, this online argument about the validity of Diddy Kong and Dixie Kong and Rare's games and basically anything related to the Donkey Kong series after the arcade games, or Donkey Kong 94 to be generous. And Donkey Kong Racing, having that come towards the tail end of Rare's tenure as the caretakers and creative drivers of the series, it really just felt like a bigger blow losing that. And that was always hanging over us during the entire buyout era. We were almost given this wonderful gift, this wonderful celebration of so many things we loved about the series and the larger shared universe.
And even at the time, kind of a return to form, because it's easy to forget now, but Donkey Kong 64 was, in the context of its time, pretty off-kilter for a Donkey Kong game.
For sure.
Stylistically.
I remember having those discussions the day of the Donkey Kong Racing reveal, how much it felt like not only a return to form, but how much they were working towards blending some elements from DK64 back into the context and texture of the Donkey Kong Country series, with some Diddy Kong Racing sprinkled in there as well. I mean, it was perfect. It was just perfect. Like, that little glimpse of where the series was headed under Rare was everything I had wanted, and we lost it. And then all of a sudden we were having to defend it all, and we were getting mistranslated interviews saying how much Nintendo hated it. And it really just was a terrible 8 years or so. And then even when Donkey Kong Country returned, we were still defending it. We still had to defend the stuff we loved. And Nintendo Power was running articles making fun of the Rare characters still. Like, selling Donkey Kong Country Returns. I'm like, what? Can we not have a moment, a piece?
Like, we can't even get Nintendo's propaganda arm on our side.
But But then, flash forward 15 years and we have Donkey Kong Bonanza, which really does harmonize all eras of the series, the same way Donkey Kong Racing felt like it maybe was going to do. And so to have Donkey Kong Racing elements in Racing Layer, and I think it might be partially inspired by Donkey Kong Racing. I'm not going to say Stampede Way's a reference. That's kind of ridiculous. But I would say this idea of racing rhinos, we know that this development team is filled with people who are fans of Donkey Kong. And it wouldn't surprise me if some of these people were in the same boat as us, or on the same swordfish as us, rather, looking at that trailer back in 2001 and just having their mouth water. So, yeah, I'm going to say this is at least partially inspired by Donkey Kong Racing. And, okay, well, that's the opening checkpoint taken care of. Now we move on.
Yeah, we're going to have a much more complicated track than the one in this game.
Yeah.
To get to the end of this episode.
So you get in and you can talk to a prospector monkey, assuming you're not speed running like a heathen. You can talk to a prospector monkey because, yes, there are prospector monkeys down here from Ingot Isle. And so you get some context near the start where a prospector monkey says, "It's been a while. Everything okay with you?" And then they explain that vortex blew us all the way here, talking about when Voidco came in at the point in the opening introduction area where Ingot Isle becomes Ingot Isle Cave-In. And the prospector monkey says, "We panicked when we realized we couldn't get to the surface. But guess what cheered us right up? The Rambi Rumble." And Pauline says, "Rambi Rumble? That sounds fun." It's like, you don't even know what that is, Pauline. That sounds like you're going to get trampled by a rhinoceros. I don't see how that sounds fun. But okay. The prospector monkey says, "Keen to try it, eh? Then head over to the reception desk." And if you look in the distance, you can see a banana-shaped desk. And if you squint, you might recognize the two figures behind it. So, my question for you, Cameron, this prospector monkey, is this supposed to be the first prospector monkey you talked to in Ingot Isle?
I am honestly not sure. All the characters look and are named the same. The first one you talked to in Ingot Isle, do you recall if he had a hard hat? Because this one does not.
No, but Donkey Kong also lost his hard hat when they came.
Lost his pants, too.
Yeah, this prospector monkey still has their overalls on, so I can't say. But there's clearly some sort of recognition here.
I definitely get the impression you talked to this guy at some point.
Yeah, and it would have to be before the cave-in, because those characters are still hanging around in Ingot Isle. This one sounds like they were blown when the big dirt vessel came in, and I don't know. But yeah, I think it's either implied that this is the first one you had a substantive discussion with, or it's one that Donkey Kong met in passing.
And as we discussed, a lot of this game is skippable if you're just blazing right through it. There may even be like a layer of plausible deniability here of he is whichever monkey you talk to first.
Yeah, Schrodinger's monkey. Schrodinger's minor monkey here. It's just... Now, if you never talk to any NPCs... Well, I guess if you never talk to any of them, you wouldn't talk to this one either, so it's fine.
And even then, if Donkey Kong didn't talk to anybody, all the monkeys must have seen the big gorilla running through, smashing everything. They knew he was there.
The giant harbinger of doom that came through right before the world went to hell for them. Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm digging in a giant hole in the ground and somebody looks like they're going to violate the structural integrity of the precarious situation I'm in, I'm going to be paying attention.
Right. So, yeah, I love that Prospector monkeys are here. There's a little bit more to it, which we'll get into as we go on, but it's all built up with like scraps from Ingot Isle, from the mines, from chunks of Baboom Town that got blown through the sinkhole. And man, that's a long tumble to fall 1,100 sublayers into the Earth's crust. Like, I don't even know how feasible that is, that these things made it all the way down here.
Yeah, gosh, I don't know if there was something along the way to, like, slow the fall. I guess maybe they passed through, like, several layers of water or something to soften it. I don't know.
I mean,
luckily this game doesn't have Banjo-Kazooie style fall damage, or God forbid, Bad Fur Day style fall damage.
Yeah. Oh man, Greg would have his work cut out for him here. But yeah, it's one of those like cartoony logic things where I'm just glad there's an explanation, no matter how contrived or implausible it is. It's like Cranky Kong going on his journey with a garden shovel. It makes no sense. It's dumb as hell, but it's the exact right type of Donkey Kong logic where at least there is an explanation, no matter how silly it is. And that's good enough for me. So, as we said, this is probably the smallest layer. In my show notes, I wrote, it's functionally as small as the Divide and the Junction. But I would say there's probably less actual explorable terrain here. Because the thing that makes this sizable is the Stampede Way itself. And that whole function is for the race. So there's not a whole lot of ground for Donkey Kong and Pauline to actually cover here.
I was really surprised that this was, because this comes right after the landfill layer, this is back-to-back smaller layers in the game. I'd kind of gotten used to this pattern of big layer, small layer, which it doesn't always hold, but kind of did up until now. But the more I thought about it, no, I appreciate that this is here, because I think you do, like, for the characters and yourself, need that breath of fresh air after being in landfill layer.
Right.
Where you are out in the sun and the breeze again. Well, yeah. I think insofar as that exists underground.
Resort layer, just like that, was a nice come down after the intensity of the Junction and the Void Kong battles that transpired at the end of the Junction. This is a nice breather after landfill layer and the claustrophobia that can induce. And, you know, landfill layer was a medium-sized layer, like hilltop layer, like resort layer. This is a small layer, like the Divide and the Junction. It's just absurdly dense, especially if you're a longtime fan. This is just, it doesn't feel like it's one of those perfunctory bridges. It feels like it is fully realized, fully robust, albeit no fossils. There's no fossils whatsoever here. And that's kind of a shame, because at the very least, it would have been nice had they saved that Triceratops fossil for this layer for obvious reasons.
It would have been cute, though. By this point, the game seems to have largely ditched any pretense of having quote-unquote normal animal fossils and is all in on references at this point.
Especially at this point, once you get past the landfill layer, I don't think there are regular fossils, like even the alternate colored ones anymore. I think it's all just Donkey Kong porn, which, you know, we love. Again, fan service, I think a certain segment of any fandom or any consumer of media looks at fan service as a bad thing, because fan service is usually seen in the absence of anything substantial. And Bonanza definitely isn't that. Bonanza has substance. It abounds with substance, many substances, and you smash it all. But it's one of those things where, like I said, Bonanza earns its fan service. And also, Donkey Kong fans have been without fan service for years. Get the fuck off our back.
I guess to the credit of the world building here, you don't have to think poorly of Diddy, Dixie, and these monkeys for constructing all of this on top of a dig site that clearly has a bunch of fossils.
Yeah,
waiting to be excavated for historical research.
I really felt bad doing any smashing in this layer because I felt like I was ruining Diddy and Dixie's project. And,
yeah, more than anything else, this feels like a layer where you sense the hard work that went into everything.
Even if Diddy and Dixie didn't actually construct it all, it was all the Prospector monkeys, they're still clearly taking pride. It's like, I didn't do much of the coding for DK Vine. That was like, the current site design is Matt, and it was you basically handling the art and layout, and I still take pride in DK Vine, though. If somebody came along and just stuck a big magnet to the website, I'd be pissed. So, I was like, no, this feels wrong. I still had to smash some things, obviously, but yeah, it is, and we'll get into how different this layer is from basically the entire game. This is very, very unique. And I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that, why this exists at all. But yeah, I'm glad because this is a fun breather. It's a fun break in the game, and it almost just feels so atypical. But we keep talking about how well paced Bonanza is, and I do think Racing Layer came at just the right time in the game. When I look at the order of the layers, now that I know, how the game unfolds, I don't think I could come up with a better placement for Racing Layer than where it is.
No, I was very surprised that there was no point in this game where I just thought to myself, well, I've been doing worlds back to back to back. I'm exhausted. I want to take a break. Mm-hmm. It just, as long as my body could physically push through, I wanted to keep going.
In the live stream, Freezer says, I wish the aesthetic here was more unique. I like the aesthetic here, and I'll get into why in just a bit. And Courtney says, I was definitely abounding with substance while playing this game. Hey, that's the kind of gross joke I make. Back off.
It is definitely a layer of recycled assets, very purposefully.
Yeah.
And I think ultimately I'm okay with that just because, well, one, they do try very, very hard to justify it. Mm-hmm. But also, if it looked more unique, I think the one thing that's kind of hand wavy here is that it just looks like it pretty much is the Hilltop Layer's exact grass and sky. Mm-hmm. But if they had made it look unique, I think I would have lamented more that there wasn't more of it to explore.
Right. Exactly. I think it was a layer that obviously they had to put a lot of thought into the race itself. And so you don't want to waste all that dev time on making something completely unique and independent from every other layer, especially when the gameplay is going to be so vastly different anyway. I think they hit upon a good solution all around. And honestly, I'll just say, one of the reasons I love that it was basically Ingot Isle smashed into Hilltop Layer was that I missed Ingot Isle at this point. You can't go back into Ingot Isle once you drop down into Lagoon Layer. It's cut off from the game at this point, and I loved the aesthetic of Ingot Isle, of Baboom Town. I mean, my Nintendo Switch profile icon for 2 whole months was a Prospector monkey. And I recently just changed it because we got a new wave of Bananza icons. We're getting 4 new waves of Bananza icons, and we finally got Diddy. And I was just like, well, sorry, Prospector monkey, I gotta go back to my man. But yeah, like, I really, really love the aesthetic. My Discord handle is Ingot Hyle. You know, I really, really like Ingot Isle and Baboom Town. And so to get to revisit it at this point in the game and kind of have that reconnection with the beginnings of the game, I think it was important and it felt great. It felt like, oh yeah, you know, the surface. It reminds Donkey Kong of the surface and what he has left behind, not just where he started this adventure, but also his home, Donkey Kong Island. In fact, with the inclusion of the DLC, there's a little bit more to this layer, which we might touch upon before the episode's end. But I think it's funny because Pauline's whole thing is get to the planet core to return home to the surface. Donkey Kong's whole thing as presented in the game is, bananas, please. And I'm like, well, Donkey Kong, you also have a home on the surface. Like, don't you want to get back? And this layer is the first time that's contextualized as like what Donkey Kong has left behind.
And the more I think about it, I think it is important to seed like that sort of reminder into the layers of the game itself, because as this game was unfolding before me, kind of a like concern I had in the back of my mind was, as well a job as this game has done of making all of these underground worlds feel like you're outside even though you're not, there was a part of me kind of dreading, like, as this game goes on, is this gonna start to feel like more foreboding, more claustrophobic, more well scary, because at the end of the day, Donkey Kong is going deeper and deeper into a hole. I'm thinking of, to bring it to a reference I know Hyle doesn't have context to, but some of our listeners definitely will. There is an area in Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door called the Pit of 100 Trials. And the deeper and deeper, it's basically an enemy rush. Like, you do one fight after the other, going down 100 floors. And as you go deeper and deeper, the visual atmosphere will start to get darker. If you talk to one of your party members, they'll talk about how like the air is getting stale the further you go down. And I think Donkey Kong Bonanza does a really, really good job of not making you think about that sort of thing.
Yeah, I feel like I was feeling that way too, Cameron, especially going down the sinkholes, which kind of activated this part of my brain that I forgot about, because I used to have dreams. I don't have them so much anymore, but I used to have dreams where I would not be falling, because when I have falling dreams, I immediately wake up, right? And your legs kick up and you're like, ah. But I would have dreams where I'd be sliding down this rampway, but going through this tunnel underground, getting deeper and deeper, and it getting darker and darker, and it just having no end. And I'm like descending into hell, and everything's getting more nightmarish, but it just never stops. And so when I was going down my first sinkhole in Bananza, I was like, oh, this feels familiar in a very uncomfortable way. And so I too had the thought, is this game just going to get more foreboding? Like, yeah, Hilltop Layer feels great now, but there is also that dread of, as I progress in the game, is it going to activate the claustrophobia center of my brain? Is it going to activate that part of my brain that remembers these dreams?
Courtney in the chat says, those are just nightmares of the beetle race and Angry Aztec.
So I do appreciate that. Yes, Bonanza does get foreboding in many ways, but not to keep saying like and harping on how well paced the game is. but it does break things up. It does give you these moments of levity up until the point where I can't afford to do that anymore and it has to get real. But it's one of the best paced games and most considered games as far as what goes where that I think I've ever played. Granted, I've mostly only played DKU games, hence my absence of any understanding of Paper Mario references, but I really am happy with how Bananza unfolded. And, by the time shit gets real, your adrenaline's pumping so much that you can power through any latent nightmares you have in the back of your brain. But, that's for later in the game. Although I will admit the claustrophobia of the landfill layer made me think, is this game just going to be like waiting in garbage from here on out? Is it going to just be this very bleak?
Right?
Like,
is this the start of everything being really closed in, really foreboding? Like, the signs of life going away.
Yeah, because you think, I'm heading towards the planet core. I'm heading towards the center of the planet. Surely, at some point, I don't even know how light works down here yet. Surely it's just going to get more and more nightmarish.
Especially by this point, because, like, you talked about this on a previous episode. You can tell from your menu screen at this point, like, there's not many Bananza forms left for me to get. I'm probably not going to see a bunch more elders at this point.
Yeah, there's that. There's the teleport menu where you can see how deep you're getting. There's little indicators like, oh, we're now at terrain strength 4 out of 5. And then, of course, there's how many discs have you collected and how many tracks are still waiting to be discovered. So, like, lots of little indicators how deep you are in the game, how much story you probably have left. And you're like, yeah, I'm getting towards the end of the game. Not there yet, and I still have plenty more to go, but are there going to be lighthearted moments? Are there going to be just like more bits of downtime like Resort Layer? Thankfully, yes. And Racing Layer, again, came at the perfect time. And God, before I went to see Diddy and Dixie, I had to just stop and stare at everything on the map screen when you press pause and you press the menu button and you go into, you can look at the collection and see how many Bananium gems you can collect and see there's no fossils and look at your smashing stats, but you can also just get that overhead view of the entire sublayer. And God, I just loved pouring over as much as I could before I actually traversed over there. And just seeing that Diddy and Dixie trophy on the actual, like, map was also just wonderful. And yeah, the color scheme of this as well, and like looking over the track and seeing, like, we already knew the track would have phrases like double trouble on the side, which I love, I adore. I think, obviously, the double trouble in the subtitle of Donkey Kong Country 3 does not refer to Diddy and Dixie. It refers to Dixie's ordeal of, I guess, dealing with the Kremlings and babysitting Kitty. I think that's what we've walked away, our best understanding of what double trouble meant. Right. But seeing DKC 3 referenced at all astounded me at this point, because it's not something you expect to be referenced. And I'm not going to wade into spoilers beyond this sublayer. This isn't the only DKC 3 nods in the future. And I didn't know that at this point. And I, just seeing DKC 3 acknowledged at all, I was like, okay, that's cool. Because even looking at like the Payon era, where Payon was the one developer who really indulged in fan service and really like sprinkling in obscura from the rare era of Donkey Kong. And like they didn't even do DKC3 much. Like we got Copter in Barrel Blast.
It's always felt like the black sheep of the Donkey Kong Country trilogy in terms of what gets called back to, what gets referenced. Mm-hmm. Because obviously the first game's going to get referenced the most because it was the one that established everything. It's the one with the iconic jungles. It's the one with the minecarts. And 2 has a bit more synergy with 1. Just by nature of Dixie existing, you're calling back to 2. Like the Kremling pirate iconography gets called back to. You see returning, like the Clobbers and Kaboom show up in DK64.
Mm-hmm.
3 is such a stylistic outlier compared to the other 2 that it feels like it doesn't feel intentional that it's being ignored, but it just feels like it's much, much harder. They've got their work cut out for them to reference it.
Right.
In addition to it probably being the one with the smallest audience share of the 3.
Sure.
So any time I see a reference to it, I'm just wowed.
Yeah.
Because I'm not conditioned to expect it, even when I am getting fan service.
Yeah, I think the game that had the most DKC3 fan service is Donkey Konga. But between DKC3 and Land 3 and Bananza, it was Donkey Konga.
Yeah, I saw unfortunately it escapes me who posted it, but I recall seeing this Blue Sky comment through Josh that was, the lasting legacy of Donkey Kong Country 3 up to this point was that Funky wears a shirt.
Yeah, that is the genesis for Funky's mechanic gear, and that is stuck with the character post buyout. And I guess Swanky showing up in the Super Mario Brothers movie wearing his DKC3 outfit.
And I guess also the Helipack in Smash Ultimate as well.
Yeah, that's true. Although, I would say, like, I mean, no, I was going to rationalize that away, but that still wowed me when we knew he was going to have that in Ultimate. I was like, wow, they're even referencing DKC3. Right. Yeah. So, yeah, love the Double Trouble nod. And yeah, before I even initiated dialogue with them, I probably stared at Diddy and Dixie an uncomfortable amount of time to the point where in universe the characters must have been like, Donkey, what the hell? Like, are you going to say something? Why are you looking at us? Why are you, like, jumping up on the desk and staring at us intently? Like, Diddy, why, Donkey, why are you looking, like, between my eyes to the extent you are? Like, stop it. It's weird.
Yeah, there is definitely a lot of temptation to just stop and stare at Diddy and Dixie in this world because it's essentially the debut of their new designs. We've caught glimpses of them through like the promotional renders that have surfaced and kind of got a sideways look at them through the movie, but this is kind of the first chance you really get to take in the totality of like, yeah, this is a real thing that is being committed to.
Yeah, so it's the in-game debut of their new designs, although we did get a glimpse of them in that small portrait of DK, Cranky, Diddy, and Dixie in the treehouse back in Nostalgia Country, the hilltop layer, but it was so small, and you better believe I took like 30 screenshots of that from every possible angle and zoom I could, but it was very, very small. And this is the first time we see them and we can actually stare at them from every conceivable angle aside from their feet. Although, I guess you can do that during the race if you want.
It got a little bit it got a little bit frustrating sometimes because if there's not enough space for the camera to move, the game's camera mode won't let you rotate and like adjust your angle.
Yeah.
So tight squeeze trying to get behind that desk.
Diddy, we've seen the renders. We've seen like the promotional stuff with this new redesign. We've talked about the millimeter of flesh ad nauseum on the Kongversation and the DD pin, Cameron.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Dixie. Now, Dixie doesn't have as many alterations. She does have the millimeter of flesh, although it's less pronounced than Diddy's.
I feel like she wears it a lot better than Diddy for some reason, and I think it might be like they didn't make the brow ridge as strong with her as they did on Diddy.
Yeah.
And they also kind of like the fur between where skin meets fur is a smoother transition. It's kind of a hard line with Diddy.
I would say her mascara and eyeshadow kind of also helps blend it all a little bit more than Diddy.
Like, just to briefly touch on it, because I don't want to turn this into yet another like tirade on this design choice.
No, Cameron, this is now a conversation mini in the middle of our regular conversation. This is, we need to talk about Dixie Kong's new design.
Yeah. So like I like many people am not sold on the flesh strip between Diddy's eyes. I think it's an especially odd choice in light of Donkey Kong's design being altered so that his eyes now touch all the time. Like you kind of had an opportunity to create more synergy between these two guys by just having Diddy's eyes also be that way, have it be two distinct eyes that touch in the center, kind of like DK, kind of like Banjo and Kazooie, kind of like the Prospector monkeys in this game. And he just doesn't for some reason. But I think, and I've made my thoughts on the DD pin clear, but a big thing that this game did, and I think a thing in general is like, okay, if you want to make a controversial character design change, to sell me on it, you need to show me that the characters can do all the same stuff that they used to, and it'll read the same way. And this game does.
Yeah. Yeah. In his first appearance in this redesign, he races. Okay. Phew.
And so a thing I think we were leading up to is we get a good look at the pin on Dixie's hat for the first time pretty much ever, because it was very obscured in the Mario movie.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's guitar pick shaped, and very faintly you do see DX monogrammed on it.
Yes.
Which I feel like it's an odd choice that it's a yellow monogram on a yellow guitar pick. It's super hard to see.
I think that maybe they realized if it was brighter, then it wouldn't actually read as a guitar pick. And also they're very clearly trying to homage the Rare logo pin that used to be on her beret, at least in promotional renders. And obviously they can't have it be the Rare logo, so like what do we know about Dixie Kong? Well, she plays guitar. You could do a guitar pick that's golden, and they want that synergy with Diddy having the DD pin, and I understand that. So I guess this was just a series of compromises made. I really like the guitar pick, personally. I think it's kind of brilliant.
The guitar pick is so good that I think Dixie having this pin with the DX on it softens me a lot on Diddy having the DD pin.
Yeah.
Because at first I didn't really like it. It's still not my favorite thing. I think mostly I'm just was annoyed that, well, DD doesn't really make sense as initials. This was a compromise for Tropical Freeze. But this kind of shores up something that's been a problem for me in the Donkey Kong series since the buyout, which is they did a really cute thing in DKC 2 where Diddy had a Nintendo branded hat and Dixie had a Rare branded hat, and they were boyfriend and girlfriend. It was a cute little, like, a gag between the two of them. And when they had to get rid of the Rare logo from Dixie, that was just sort of an orphaned choice.
Mm-hmm.
I think making this something that, like, oh, this is a cute couple thing that Diddy and Dixie are doing together has sold me on this design conceit a lot more than I was before.
Yeah.
I'm a lot more okay with it. That said, when I reached that giant trophy, the first thing I did was beat that DD pin off of Diddy's head.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'm not... I've never been wild about the DD and DX conceit. Like, I understood it in Tropical Freeze, but I think outside of the context of needing to have different DK barrels, it doesn't really work for me. Like, you could have just had DK.
Right.
You could have just used the DK logo.
Right. I considered it a necessary evil in Tropical Freeze, and I was kind of annoyed that it stuck with as permanent character iconography.
That being said, even though I don't like the DD, I do like the splash of yellow on Diddy's hat. I think it does kind of spruce it up a little bit, and I like that there's more yellow incorporated into both of their wardrobes now. And
yeah.
Like, I don't really have an issue with it. It's not my favorite, but I'm not going to concern myself with it, because here's the truth about me, Cameron. I'm old enough that I remember when the Nintendo hat was new. He didn't have it in Donkey Kong Country.
Yeah.
And I didn't like the Nintendo hat for the longest time.
And that brings a point to mind that also, like, eases this a little bit for me, because something kind of unfortunate about Donkey Kong effectively having to couch surf all these years between developers is I feel like there was this period of hesitancy to really do anything to significantly tweak these character designs.
Yeah.
Over time, which I feel like isn't really something that other Nintendo series have been beholden to. Granted, you don't want to, like, say Mario's your mascot. You don't want to fiddle with him too much, but I recall being in that era where, say, like, Fox McCloud looked different in every game he appeared in based on who was developing it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And there were these little things I'd have loved to see, like, shorn up with some of these characters. Like, a big thing with me for ages, and it's still not really been addressed, was I missed Dixie having knee pads, and it kind of felt like, well, we're just stuck with her not having those forever because nobody is going to ever take a second pass at this design again.
Yeah.
But even though they still haven't done that, this shows, oh, we are past the point of being afraid to have these characters evolve. I think the last real significant thing we had happen, like, the massive overhaul of DK's design, was he got his new nose, and before that, like in Donkey Kong Country Returns, we had Retro's DK have, like, longer, beefier arms. And for a bit, it seemed like, oh, that might be a change that sticks around. It was even in Mario Kart 7, which they co-developed. But no, after that, it went away outside of Tropical Freeze.
Yeah.
And I think I am much more in favor of having the ability to experiment with these characters and not necessarily nail your choices 100% of the time, than just have them locked into looking static for 2 decades.
No, I agree. I agree completely. And also, I'm fine with changes. I'm fine with alterations. It's like I said about Donkey Kong's redesign, which I've really come around on after spending now 145 hours with it in Bananza, it's almost like unnecessary evil. It's a bargain you make with the devil. Yes, I want Donkey Kong to have a stable home again. I want Donkey Kong games to come out again, and I want the full history celebrated. To make that happen, we're gonna have to redesign Donkey Kong. Okay, do it. And so Diddy and Dixie are far less significantly redesigned than Donkey Kong was, but I also am warming to even the millimeter of flesh. I've embraced it. I've accepted it. I now think it is a distinguished feature on them, and I also like just pretending it's always been there and we just couldn't see it. The power of the Switch 2 reveals the millimeters of flesh on our favorite monkeys.
A weird consequence of this is I'm also excited now to see Diddy and Dixie show up in other games.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think Diddy and Dixie look great here. I do think one lamentable part of their appearance here, and it's not something that is really the developer's fault because it's just the thing that made sense to do. Obviously, one of the first things I did was I want to take pictures of Donkey Kong next to these two.
Right.
I want to reunite the trio. And there's a pretty big disparity between the approach to Donkey Kong, the playable character, and Diddy and Dixie, the very high-profile NPCs. They don't quite fit together. Diddy and Dixie fit together with each other. They don't quite fit together with Donkey Kong. And I'd love to see them appear in something like a Mario Kart where they're all on the same level of visual fidelity.
Or a Donkey Kong Country game.
That too. I do really have to look at their appearances here and kind of feel in the back of my mind like on some level this is the development team saying, hey, sorry, we really had to nail down a good formula for how Donkey Kong plays in 3D with this game, but we haven't forgotten Diddy and Dixie. We know that they're important. They aren't just side characters that we can boot to the fringes. Maybe next time.
Well, and I've likened it to like Luigi's function in 3D Mario. Luigi's never a priority in 3D Mario. And I think our view is skewed because of Rare and Rare's preferences and Donkey Kong 64. Donkey Kong 64, which didn't have Dixie Kong, So, like, that wasn't even perfect as far as, like, character representation goes. But to our earlier point about, I thought they were going to be in every layer or most layers, and instead they're in this one layer. I think it works because it almost elevates their importance rather than having them be this NPC you encounter for brief moments. They have an entire world dedicated to the concept of Diddy and Dixie Kong. And that does put them on that pedestal, not only like from their inclusion in the world itself, but the dialogue goes a long way towards, I think, calming any fears that longtime fans, and especially fans of Diddy and Dixie, my two favorite video game characters of all time, mind you, it goes a long way towards calming any anxiety you have about Donkey Kong, leaving them behind as both a character and a series. And it's like, no, they're here and they're important and they'll be around plenty in the future. And that's all I really needed. Like, had I known this was going to be in the game on day one, I don't think I would have had the Jungle Beat scaries, I don't think we would have been side-eyeing the Fractones as much. God, I love the Fractones now. What the hell?
Yeah, same. And, like, as trepidatious as I was on that day one, I think I am ultimately glad things shook out the way they did, because I got to be pleasantly surprised by this.
It was a journey, man, and I'll talk about it more, when we get to the end game. But it was a journey for sure, and it was a journey worth going on. But obviously, the dialogue is my catnip in this layer. It's what I got high off of, and I started rolling around on my back and batting things with Diddy Glee. And we'll get into that. But of course, before I even initiated the chat, because I milked this so hard, Karen. Like I said, I probably spent 30 hours in this layer. Like, before I moved on. I'm not saying, like, coming back. I'm saying I spent 30 hours between landfill layer and the layer that comes after this, just navel gazing, just taking screenshots. When I was compiling my screenshots in my show notes for this episode, it took so long digging through them all, because I would have, it was like the Zapruder footage. I was like going through frame by frame, and there was just very minute differences between all the screenshots I took. It was absurd. But I first went through all the little details on their banana-shaped reception desk. And, God, so detailed. A shocking amount of details. I wouldn't expect this many details. And so many unique assets, too. We talk about the reused assets throughout Racing Layer. There are so many things that are just, as far as my knowledge at this point, I haven't played the DLC, but it seems like one and done.
There's so many little details that you just would not think about if they weren't there, but when you actually take them all in, oh my God, they put so much genuine thought into everything here.
It's astounding. And we saw some of this in the screenshots from the day of the Bananza Direct, of course, but just seeing it up close, I want some of this as merchandise. I hate that some of this is better than the actual Donkey Kong merchandise that's been made in the past few years, since the DK brand was separated from Super Mario and we started getting, DK merch again, because specifically the pitcher or teapots by Dixie, that it's barrel shaped, of course, as most Donkey Kong products are, but it's got a little banana on top, and it's got Diddy's stars on the side.
The handle is also a banana.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right there. And then, of course, in the cups that they've got, they are drinking this yellow liquid, which I imagine is either just straight up banana juice or banana tea, or something of the sort, but it's just such a lovely little touch, and I'm like, how did they get this teapot down here? How did it survive falling 1,100 layers? But they also have pen pots, Cameron. Pen pots. And when I talk about Donkey Kong merchandise, this is what comes to mind, because there have been 3 different variations of the damn Donkey Kong pen pot in just the past year and a half. There is a larger one, which is really too big for pens, but it's what I have on my desk. There was a smaller one, which was, I believe, a Returns HD pre-order. And then I think another one cropped up after that. And these aren't DK barrels. They're just barrels, but they've got pencils in them. And again, pencils with bananas on the top and a star on the top of one, which I assume is supposed to be, again, one of Diddy's stars. But it's, yeah, just a great detail.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of detail here, and I just kind of poured over the desk, and the more I poured over all the details, like both on this desk and around the racetrack, I kind of went down a little rabbit hole gearing up for this episode.
Okay.
Hyle.
You did? Okay.
A 1,100 layer deep rabbit hole. Because I had kind of taken for granted, okay, the premise of this layer is that a portion of Ingot Isle fell down here, and that's why this is a mashup of sort of Hilltop and Ingot Isle assets, and any sort of elements that they had to do to construct the racetrack, where you kind of just I kind of thought in my head, well, this is going to raise the question, well, why do they have all these racing like banners? Why do they have all the supplies at the ready? Why do they have all these flyers? How'd they make all that down there? And at first I thought to myself, well, it's cartoon logic. You got to roll with it. Don't think about it too much. Don't try and cinema sins this very cool layer of this Donkey Kong game. But I took some time to study this layer, and no, there is a shocking amount of thought put into what they did here that kind of makes it all track as stuff that was cobbled together on the fly with the resources they had. Like, I can just go through some of the stuff I noticed. The biggest thing that stuck out to me was the checker patterned banners all around the racetrack with Rambi Rumble on them. Like, you know this about me. I used to work at a print shop in another lifetime, and I of all people would be like, okay, how the hell did you get this down here? You don't have a printer here in this layer. But what I eventually noticed getting close enough to them is, okay, there are checker patterned banners strung up everywhere, but the Rambi Rumble logo on all of them is hand painted. So these must have been banners that already were around on Ingot Isle for some other purpose that were just, blank. It could have been anything. It could have been like tarps for something they were working on. It could have been belonging to one of the various businesses on Ingot Isle, because we see signs for stuff like poker chimps and such that we don't really get to explore in the area of Ingot Isle we have access to, because it all collapses before we actually get into town.
Sure.
And then there's more, all of when you get to the racetrack itself, all of the safety barriers are actually, made of multicolored stone, which seems very unsafe, actually. But when you look at the desk Diddy and Dixie are sitting at, it's also made of stone, and you can also see spots on it where the paint didn't quite take hold, or they didn't finish painting it. It's actually just gray stone that they painted yellow.
Yeah.
So they're being resourceful. They're finding rock around here. They have access to paint. That explains the banners. That explains all the rocks they painted. It explains the grass being blue. Like, they can paint the grass blue. All the Diddy and Dixie Double Trouble lettering around the walls of the track, which the track's made of Neptunite. I don't have an explanation for that other than maybe the Prospector monkeys are just really adept at moving stuff around even if they can't destroy it with pickaxes. All of that has this sort of like spongy paint texture, almost like they took a stencil to the Neptunite and just painted over it. There are, on the desk with Diddy and Dixie, are these clipboards with racing entry forms on them.
Yeah.
And also, like, in the sort of same area are these flyers advertising the Rambi Rumble. The racing forms all look like they were handwritten. They're not like professionally typed and spaced out. They look like they were kind of basically just drawn together with the pencils you see in the pen pots.
God,
pencil pots.
I'm just getting like writer's cramp just imagining all the effort.
That said, they could have also, say, made like a very rudimentary screen print to copy that multiple times. because the Rambi Rumble posters also look screen printed. There are only 2 colors of ink. The ink is very like spongy, and you can see places where it didn't totally hold to the paper.
Yeah.
The paper itself is also, all the edges are torn.
Yeah.
On most of them, which suggests like either they're recycling this paper from something else that fell from up below and it's all damaged, or they made their own recycled paper so it looks a little rough. Just there's so much put into this, and stuff I passed by on my first trip through this layer without a second look to justify, yeah, this was all cobbled together from stuff that was around them or fell down with them and would have made sense to fall down with them. Like even the pen pots and the pencils and the tea set, like that would have been in like a restaurant on Ingot Isle or an admin office for a mining operation.
Right. If you go through my logic of Diddy's stars actually being some sort of emblem for an athletics company, then this teapot might be like, I don't know. There's not many teapots with a Nike swoosh on it, but I don't know. Like or they could have just, it looks like they just scribbled the stars on the teapot. So it could have just been like, yeah, this is Diddy Kong country now. Deal with it.
Even all the like Rambi Rumble neon signs around the track are like very aesthetically different from all the neon signs that are just strewn everywhere because they fell off Ingot Isle. So it makes me think like and they're all like clamped into the metal girder architecture around them. So it suggests to me like either, okay, they made these out of repurposed neon that fell down with them, or they just straight up glass blue new neon down here. And it's so cool.
Yeah, the biggest thing that threw me was seeing the paper, was seeing the stacks of paper and the paper in the banana clipboards. Just because, like, everything in this game had been kind of Flintstones-esque. It had either been, like, made of stone or, like, metal, like salvaged metal or whatever. Like, there hadn't been much in the way of just, like, paper products. But, of course, all this fell down from Ingot Isle, and yeah, like, they repurposed the paper that somehow survived the fall to make all these little forms. And it's really, really clever. So much thought, so much detail. And that's why the reused assets kind of sit right with me. Because not only did they spend so much time focusing on the minutia, but also the reused details of Ingot Isle justify some of this stuff existing in the first place.
I don't have an explanation for the Rambi plushes. Maybe some enterprising prospector monkey is handcrafting those all down here, or maybe they fell from a claw machine up above or something.
See, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if they were supposed to be plush or little rock sculptures.
It's hard for me to tell because they look fuzzy.
They do look fuzzy, but I didn't know if that was...
But not in like a... It doesn't feel like a soft fuzz.
Yeah. They look scratchy.
But...
I don't know.
Yeah, it's honestly a kind of uncomfortable looking fabric, but...
Yeah.
I want one of those. They're adorable looking.
I know. And they come in so many different colors as well. Oh, so... Of course, Diddy and Dixie also have several idle animations.
Oh, before we move on, Freezer in our chat is pointing out there was a Rambi plush in the DK Treehouse in Nostalgia Country. I didn't even see that.
Yeah, there was.
I guess these are just an existing product. Like I said, Ingot Isle seemed to have like attractions on it. Mm-hmm. More than, like, it was a mining town, not just a mine. So I could believe that there was some place selling those or putting them in claw machines.
Well, it is possible as well that, you know, the animal buddies are well known and regarded, and there probably would be not only like Rambi merchandise unto itself, but also plush rhinos, because I mean, just like there are like toys for horses in our society because kids love horses. I'm sure rhinos would elicit the same kind of response in the greater rare archipelago where riding on a rhino is considered commonplace.
Given what we'll discuss later about how Diddy and Dixie got down here, maybe they're going places selling these to people.
Yeah. Yeah. So the idle animations of Diddy and Dixie, I feel like we should talk about those before we talk about the dialogue. Just because... Oh my God.
I could not believe they did this.
Oh my God. Talk about just fan service for the sake of fan service. I did not expect them to have such direct callbacks, like in the fact that their idle animations are taken directly from past games.
Identical and multiple idle animations.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, God, Dixie both blows bubblegum and sips on her juice, which we now have context in this game. It seems like it's banana juice because you see a little banana emblem on the side of her drink.
But it's also, and I think this is important, in the past, it's been argued to me that it's supposed to be a juice box, like a little kid would drink from. But here it looks like fast food, like fountain drink or some like a movie theater drink.
Absolutely. It's got the little plastic topper, like it's definitely a fountain drink.
Yeah, and that's what I always read it as. That or like a can. It looked cylindrical to me. And so I'm like, okay, thank God we're past the juice box. Nobody's ever argued it's like a bag, like a Capri Sun.
Yeah, I guess I am calling it a juice box, but it looks more like a soda.
Yeah. But it's probably banana. I mean, let's be honest. It's probably...
Which raises the question, like, is this the same liquid that's coming from the teapot, or did Dixie just decide I'm going to drink a soda while there's all this tea?
Well, she's also doing it while chewing gum, so I don't think Dixie has any boundaries when it comes to what goes in her mouth.
I think all this like sugar intake might contextualize why Dixie is also written the way she's written in this game, which I adore.
Yeah. I also wonder where she got the soda, though, considering... Did she have it with her when they fell? Because it'd be flat by now, and also, like... Yeah. I don't know.
And we know they had soda on Ingot Isle, because we see all these busted soda machines, but those would be cans, not fountain drinks.
But again, they might have had fountains in Baboom Town, and maybe it fell down with them, so...
Yeah, Prime Eats is the sign that's right next to their desk. They could have maybe stopped. Maybe they could have been showing there when everything went down.
Yeah.
You know, they got their drinks, but they hadn't brought out their food yet, and then the earthquake happened.
The first thing Diddy and Dixie preserved when they fell down here was the Baja Blast dispenser. So yeah, Dixie chews bubble gum, blows it, drinks from her drink, and she also does a little helicopter spin. I think if you high five her, she does her hair spin, which was great to see, and you could see her feet then. Not that I'm looking at their feet, trying to see the bottom of their feet, but you know me. I'm trying to get every screenshot from every conceivable angle. Diddy, on the other hand, he'll yawn, which I believe is taken from the retro games, right?
I believe so.
I think that's one of his idle animations when you're just playing solo in Tropical Freeze. One of the things he'll do is yawn.
I feel bad that I can't trust my memories on this. The big standout idle animation I remember from Tropical Freeze is Diddy singing to himself.
Oh yeah, maybe I'm just thinking about his mouth opening wide. But
the other one he does, and this totally shocked me. He will juggle balls like he does in DKC 2.
Yeah. So Diddy's impatient nervous stimming that he does in DKC2. He still does it in 2025. 30 years later, he's still juggling balls.
And as I alluded earlier, I think seeing this stuff immediately makes me cotton on to these redesigns so much more.
Yeah.
Because they're doing all these familiar things exactly the way I remember them.
And in 3D. Like, we've never seen them do this stuff in 3D, so it's just wonderful to see. In
like more than a handful of pixels, let alone 3D. Those games were not high resolution.
Yeah. In the live stream, the Noipoi says, I knew for certain the Bananza devs were hardcore DKC fans when they explicitly referenced Country 2. Everyone references the original Country, but only the truly devoted have that level of reverence for DKC 2. Or DKC 3. I think, like, again, not to bring up DKC 3 when we're talking about DKC 2 references, but the entire trilogy gets so much love in Bananza that it is just, like, reassuring that Donkey Kong is in the hands of us, effectively. Like, similar fans who have the same loves and predilections towards things that we do, and it's clearly abundant, the amount of love that goes into Diddy and Dixie here. And, you know, they're my favorite characters, Cameron, and the thing about them that I know we both adore is that they are a couple. They are a romantic couple, but there's never drama about it. And it's just so matter of fact. They're like, yeah, we are Diddy and Dixie.
Yeah. No drama, no tension. It's just taken as a given. Yeah, these two are together and they hang out a lot.
The only time there was drama was Donkey Kong Land 3's story, but they're past that. Diddy's matured. And
by that same token, though, this is really the first game where we actually get to kind of glimpse what their relationship is like.
Yeah. Because Donkey Kong Country 2 was the start of it, and it's a 2D platformer where they're not chatting, and so...
Right, you can only do so much when they are your active playable characters.
Yeah.
Like, from DKC2, you might take, like, well, they sure do throw each other at enemies a lot.
Yeah. This is, like, our almost first slice of life we've ever had with them. And I didn't realize how badly I needed this. Not only presenting them as this duo, this tandem, but also contextualizing it with their relationship with Donkey Kong.
It's very much the same feeling I got from watching how DK and Diddy were presented in Subspace Emissary in Super Smash Bros. Brawl.
Yeah.
Where I'm watching all this unfold, reading all this dialogue, and thinking, oh my god, this is exactly how I have always understood these characters. But up until now, most of it was in my head. It wasn't stated outright. Here it finally is just in black and white. Yeah, everything you thought about these characters is who they are, explicitly, beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Or magenta and cyan, in this case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just so cool.
That's such an apt comparison, Cameron, the Brawl Subspace Emissary correlation, because that I often said, you've often said, most of the DK Vine staff and our audience have often said that the first appearance of Donkey and Diddy in the Subspace Emissary, I know we can all just see the entire scene when we close our eyes. We can just conjure it up with no effort. That is the best depiction of Donkey and Diddy when they are together as a tandem, as a duo, as an adventuring pair. That is exactly who they are.
Right.
And that's
100%, which feels absurd given the context.
Yeah. But when we first saw that, before Brawl even came out, we saw, like, the clip of that, and we were all just like, oh my god, they get it. And Yeah, it's just what I think a lot of fans would universally infer from playing Donkey Kong Country and subsequent games. Like, yeah, that's how they would engage with each other.
And even this game seems to know what a touchstone moment Brawl was for Diddy, because he makes his render pose in this game.
I couldn't believe
when he's
that.
Introducing himself.
I couldn't.
It's his NSO icon now. It's
yeah,
so
yeah.
good.
It's such an iconic render because I don't need to tell the story again.
Which is so funny because the pose itself is just kind of nothing. He's kind of just doing like a faux surprised jump, or like doing jazz hands. I'm not really sure what it's supposed to read as.
Diddy famous for doing jazz hands. Yeah, it's not like a great pose, but it's like, again, it's burned into our brains because those of us who are around in that era will never forget when Diddy was announced for Brawl. It was such a huge victory lap for the fandom, coming at a time when we really needed that victory lap, that validation. And I think we all collectively must have stared at that render for as long as I actually played Racing Layer through my Bananza playthrough. It's just an iconic image because of the historical context.
It's one of many, many moments in this game where I'm like, okay, this isn't just for the true sickos, it's by the true sickos.
Yes, that is the important difference. It's people who have been through the same journeys of loving this series. And, I mean, that, it just spills out in this sequence where you actually talk to Diddy and Dixie. And Cameron, I could have just stopped playing the game here. I could have turned it off. I could have never picked it up again. And I would have said Donkey Kong Bananza did everything right. Donkey Kong Bananza was the perfect experience. I didn't need to know the ending. I didn't need to know what happens to Donkey Kong and Pauline, because as a Diddy and Dixie fan, oh boy, was I serviced. I even kind of broke my rule a little bit because I went on social media. I went on Blue Sky and I just said something like, just got to Sublayer 1100. Wow. And that was dangerous because I hadn't beaten the game yet and I didn't want to invite spoiler discussion before my eyes, but I had to get it out. I was busting. I was dying to run down the street shrieking and squealing over how well done this was. And of course I experienced it weeks after most people, but in my little bubble, in my vacuum, I was the happiest little Donkey Kong Country 2, Donkey Kong Country 3, Diddy Kong Racing fanatic around that day. So,
yeah,
we should probably read every line of dialogue.
Yeah, it's gonna lead up to this point anyway. But
yeah. And of course,
it's just so dense.
So dense. Yes, Andre, I realize I just said I was busting. I realized it after, but while not literal, metaphorically accurate. So, of course, I want everyone to experience this for themselves. So if for whatever reason you haven't actually played this layer yet, do not listen to the next part of the episode. You need to experience this for yourself. I can't do it justice. We can't do it justice. It can only be done justice by actually talking to these fictional characters in this fictional world that nonetheless is very real and near and dear to all of our hearts. So, Cameron, I don't know how you want to handle this. If you want me to read this first little bit, and then you
there's
can
two
pick
characters talking. There's two characters talking back to back here, so I feel like it would make most sense to.
I'll be Diddy and you be Dixie.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So then that means you get to start. Damn it.
Yeah, and I don't think I can do Dixie's voice because it'll just murder my throat.
And I don't like silly voices anyway, even if they're homaging my favorite characters. So, and plus, you don't want to hear Diddy be like, "Hi, I'm Diddy." We don't want that. No good. No, bad. So we're just going to use our normal voices.
Welcome to our rough and rowdy Stampede Way, the home of Dixie
and Diddy's
Rambi Rumble.
Okay, can I just say I love that Dixie goes first. That like Dixie has the agency, even though she's the lesser known of the two. She gets to do the introductions, and in fact, she handles the majority of the talking.
Yeah, I love that, and I actually before this episode received a message from Andre that I feel like is like his observation on like how much of the dialogue was given to Dixie in this game, and I think it's a really cogent point, and I just kind of want to read it verbatim.
Sure.
So the fact that Dixie, this is Andre's words, the fact that Dixie is actually awarded more prominence than Diddy for possibly the one and only time in series history other than Country/Land 3/Roman numeral 3, by virtue of being the one to deliver most of the layer's NPC dialogue, is a creative decision that could be dug into in all manner of ways. With the obvious caveat that it's entirely possible this was done more or less arbitrarily, and I'm reading way too far into it, I wonder if the rationale might have been that, in keeping with what Bananza seeks to do for the whole of Donkey Kong as a brand, EPD8 deemed Dixie Kong as being in need of reestablishment in the gaming public's consciousness in a way that doesn't really hold true for Diddy, and so the later was given the back seat.
Yeah, I could actually see that. Like, that's the kind of wacky talk that would probably be scoffed or even troughed at if you had heard it before actually seeing what Bananza entails. Or you just completely dismissed what we've been saying about this project for, again, the better part of 7 years. But no, I absolutely buy that. Everything is very deliberate, especially the characters that actually come into play in Bananza. Everything is done not only with how they fit into Donkey Kong Bananza, but also earmarked for the future. Where is this series going after this? And what do we need to get people on board with? What are going to be the most vital components of this series? Diddy and Dixie are going to be sticking around. They're going to factor into, I would say, most Donkey Kong games going forward. And yeah.
There's a line coming up where they all but look at the camera and say that. We'll get to it.
Yeah.
But I also feel like a fun thing about giving Dixie the bulk of the dialogue is kind of along the lines of what Andre was getting into there of, we know who Diddy Kong is to Donkey Kong. He's his little buddy, he's his best friend, he's his mentor. They give each other shit, they also pal around, they respect each other, they worry about each other.
Yeah. Up
until this point, you could say, well, who is Dixie to Donkey Kong?
Exactly. And like, we know, like, I think the best glimpse of Dixie to Donkey Kong that we've ever gotten, outside of the cartoon and that creepy scene, is that, the end of Donkey Kong Country 2, where, you know, Dixie's on Donkey Kong's shoulders, and they're just looking at the, complete annihilation of the neighboring island. Not as sweet in retrospect as I always remember it, but you know, Tropical Freeze, obviously they also pair up, but there's no dialogue, there's no context. You get some cute
idle animations out of them where like Dixie's grooming Donkey Kong, I mean, as in picking bugs out of the back of his fur.
Right, not as what Donkey Kong was doing or she thought Donkey Kong was doing in that creepy cartoon scene, which we're not going to talk about, but
and like the famous render of them all just kind of giving DK a group hug, which is always adorable. And I was basically trying my best to recreate anytime I could get these two in a photo with DK.
Yeah.
But yeah, this kind of establishes, she's also DK's buddy. They get on really well, and Diddy and Dixie is, I feel like this was always sort of under the surface, but and I think we at DK Vine kind of ran with this, but it was always sort of like under the radar. I think she is the thrill seeker of this trio.
Absolutely, yeah. Like, Donkey Kong and Diddy kind of can be lazy at times, or at the very least, unambitious. They like adventuring, they like exploring, but they also just like lounging about. And Dixie's the one who's always like, I want to
Guys,
go...
I got us skydiving tickets.
Yeah, hey. Isn't it awesome that these Vikings are coming in and we're probably going to have like our whole week ruined? Woo! It's just like, she's the only one who looks happy when the snowman show up at the beginning of Tropical Freeze. And I always point that out. It's like everybody else is worried or confused and Dixie's like smiling. And it's like, what the psychopath? Like, what is wrong with you? But she's like, yes, an adventure. And, yeah, it does read and register here as well that like she's the take charge one, and maybe it's a stereotype, like, you know, the lazy men leave it to the woman to like actually like be the one with ambition, but it's kind of true. I mean, just looking at my relationship with my wife, I am very much. I mean, it is like that dynamic is definitely at play, and so. Like, it reads as accurate, even if it's gender stereotyped. It's, you know.
And this is also the relationship that Kazooie has with Banjo, where we see it's like explicitly pointed out in the manual for Tui and basically seen in the intro cutscene. Kazooie is the one who instantly jump at the call to adventure, and Banjo is the one perfectly content to just sleep the day away if at all possible.
Right. So... Anyway, we should probably get back to the dialogue. Cameron, it's you. It's Dixie.
Yep. Surprised to see us, DK? It's been a while, hasn't it? Didn't think we'd find you all the way down here. Candy Kong is going to be so jealous that the three of us met up.
Record scratch. Okay, so...
Yeah, we gotta stop there.
I was playing in handheld mode, which is how I generally play Bananza, aside from the first couple days and when I was playing the ending. And I almost threw my Switch 2 across the room. I was like, what? Whoa! Like, jump scare. I was not expecting to see the words Candy Kong typed out in front of me, name dropped. In any context in this game, because Candy Kong, she's been around. It's not like we haven't seen Candy since the buyout or since, you know, the GBA remakes. We have seen her. She was in the Payon games. She got redesigned during that era, but she hasn't been seen or even referenced since Barrel Blast. Right?
This one just figuratively knocked me on my ass. I mentioned before, like in the lead up to this game, I still had on day one, I had the Jungle Beat scaries. They're doing something new and different with DK. I don't know who's going to come back. I don't know. Like, we're going to do another, like, soft reset. And that largely went away right after we saw Cranky Kong in the Naughty Fossil.
Yeah.
But even when I had this game in hand, even when I knew, okay, Diddy and Dixie are coming eventually, they're here, they're not just, like, unpersoned out of the series again, And as much fun as I was having through Bananza, I did feel like I still had this very, very small but lingering feeling in the back of my mind of, oh my god, this game is doing such an amazing job, but is this going to be it?
Mm-hmm.
Is this going to be another situation where... And I feel like I kind of sense this as being a problem with how Nintendo handles some of their franchises, or at the very least how they handled Donkey Kong for so long, which is, it would feel at times that a franchise's history only matters in so much as what is relevant to this specific game, or what is directly facilitated by the game design, which is, say, how you end up with like Tropical Freeze. The only returning Kongs are Donkey, Diddy, Dixie, Cranky, and Funky because somebody has to run the shop.
Mm-hmm.
But like Candy, Swanky, Wrinkly, they don't need to be there because they don't serve any function. And we're also just not going to mention them because that might, this is going to be somebody's first Donkey Kong game. What if they get confused at us mentioning these characters? And what if we allude to this history that happened before? Like, new players aren't going to understand that. We don't need to bring it up.
Yeah.
And then just, no, Dixie can just mention, can name drop Candy Kong, who has not appeared in this game, has not like shown up in a picture in a nostalgia level, is not contextually mentioned to be Donkey Kong's girlfriend or run a music shop or anything. Just casually, like a normal person, mentioning the name of somebody they both know.
Right. And also Candy, not to go back to that same issue of Nintendo Power that shit upon the Rare characters while trying to sell us Donkey Kong Country Returns. The two Kong characters they specifically called out and saying, thank God they're dead, is Kiddy Kong and Candy Kong.
Yeah. Candy is like neck and neck with Kiddy Kong for like the Kong everybody shits on.
Because she's a gorilla with tits. We know. We know,
yeah,
but like and
it was a very dated character design. It was a joke then, and it's a joke that doesn't play as well now.
Yes.
And they've kind of, I think every game after DKC1 except DK64 maybe has kind of struggled with what to do with Candy Kong.
Well, I was going to say, like, Donkey Kong Country 2 kind of raised the bar, not just raised the bar, but like blew the bar past the ceiling when it came to how can we do a great female character in this series. They gave us Dixie Kong, and Candy wasn't in the original Donkey Kong Country 2, and then they brought her back in Donkey Kong 64, and she was basically there to make blowjob jokes. So it wasn't great. Even then, they brought her back 5 years after her first appearance, 4 years after the introduction of Dixie, and they still did a shitty job, all things... Like, don't get me wrong, I love a good sex joke. I just think, like, the character, because she only served that function, she's sex appeal. I mean, she's eye candy.
And honestly, with the context of how fraught that was, that's part of why I really appreciated the character of Poppy Kong in this game, because, like, to not put too fine a point on it, like, that is a character designed to be, like, thought of as, this is a Kong who is in-universe an attractive, like, quote-unquote, sexy woman.
Yeah, yes. Whether or not you find her sexy, being that she's a monkey, is not relevant to the point that in universe to these other primates, to these other simians, apes and monkeys, Poppy Kong might be attractive. Just like Candy Kong might be attractive. And,
but she avoids the design and like characterization pitfalls that Candy fell into because her design isn't as much of a joke, and her personality, she's got so much more going on in her personality right off the bat, other than wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Isn't it funny that we made like a bombshell pinup model into a gorilla?
Yeah, exactly. And that's not to say, like, I don't think you could do things with Candy Kong. We've made this argument before, but it's like you can adjust the character so she's not just there for the one joke that doesn't age well.
Absolutely. And like even visually, I feel like DK64 was almost there. Not so much in the dialogue and the sexy sax music, but like there are definitely things you could do to that character to give her better context in the modern day. She is a very salvageable character.
For sure.
I think it's also important for like women to not just disappear out of this series.
Yes.
But I could have very easily seen myself resigning to a future of, well, okay, they just quietly retired Candy Kong.
Right.
They thought they figured the character was too fraught. It raises too many questions that DK has this character who seemingly only exists to be his girlfriend and also maybe have something going on with Funky. So this just absolutely floored me of like, no, Candy Kong's off screen. She's around. She's our friend. We know who she is to you.
Not just she's our friend, but the context I read about this was not like why would Candy Kong in particular be upset? Why would she be jealous that the three of them met up? And then it hit me. The four of them double date. The four of them do things as couples all the time. Of course they do. Why wouldn't they? And I never made that connection before speaking to something you said. I think Andre called me out on this on social media. Because I got in my head that Candy must have something going on with Funky, and so I stopped thinking about her in the context of a relationship with Donkey Kong. Because in my pervert vision, like whenever Donkey Kong's going to Mario Kart and Funky's not around to Mario Kart, it must be because he and Candy are off on a romantic tryst, a weekend getaway. And, here we have, no, these four do things as couples. Like, they hang out, and why wouldn't they? Diddy has become Donkey Kong's best friend. Dixie Kong has become a friend of Donkey Kong. And Candy is Donkey Kong's girlfriend. Why would they not all just do stuff?
And, like, of course, even though we've never seen it happen, like, of course Candy and Dixie are friends. Of course they talk.
Yeah. We've only seen them, like, in the same game in, well, I was going to say the Pay-On era, but I guess Donkey Kong Country 2 GBA brought in Candy. But, it's just one of those, like, obvious moments in hindsight. I was like, wow, as a hardcore fan who spends way too much time, like, thinking about these characters and what happens when the video game turns off, I had never put that together, and that's brilliant.
Yeah, I think it also underlies a theme we've kind of seen already in this game with Cranky, that I feel like all the other Kongs are, at least to varying degrees, a little pissed that Donkey Kong decided to wander off to Ingot Isle on his own.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think this is the real turning point for me. When they name drop Candy Kong in dialogue, I realize, oh my god, everything's on the table. Like, and I've been veering that way with some of the fossil pulls, like the anglerfish. I like, that was the moment I was like, okay, they're referencing Glimmer. And it was something that came up in discussion with you, Cameron, on Discord, where you said, I don't need Glimmer to appear in every Donkey Kong game. I just like to know that's a possibility.
Right. I don't need the peekaboo effect of like, well, I can't see them, so they functionally don't exist anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. And just to have Candy Kong back in play, even as an idea, it just makes everything open up all of a sudden. And as a fan, this is what I've always wanted. This is my biggest criticism about how Retro handled their two games, where it was very minimalistic. It was what is absolutely necessary. Well, we're only going to include that, and we're not even going to have any fun referencing the other stuff. It just functionally does not exist. Like, the biggest, deepest reference they would do would be, we're going to use Funky Kong's emblem from Mario Kart on a plane in the background. And, it's like, I don't need a checklist. I don't need 250 some odd characters and locations and events referenced for it to be an acceptable Donkey Kong game. I just want the Donkey Kong game to seem to want to be a Donkey Kong game at the end of the day.
Yeah. I like the fossils had already, I think, kind of instilled into me, okay, everything is on the table to be referenced again. That's a huge comfort. This was like another like wham shot, like straight to the heart of, oh, it's not just that everything can be referenced again in cute sideways ways that kind of dance around them actually being a reference, like the fossils have had to up to this point, so you don't wonder if like Squitter got crushed into a pancake and fossilized.
Right.
This was, everything can be referenced and everything matters.
And in a very natural way. In a way that doesn't feel heavy-handed. These are just old friends catching up. And yeah, like, why wouldn't another Kong Back Home come up in that discussion? This is what happens when people talk. And I think the biggest hindrance towards this being a thing for the past 23 years is the fact that this is the first 3D Donkey Kong game in 25 plus years. So, like, the ability to have all this dialogue, I mean, again, it's a function of the way Retro went about designing their games. We only have the one NPC Kong on the map screen, and it inherently limited, like, what would come up.
To some extent, like, as much as I will give Retro's games a little bit of a hard time for not getting into this harder, it would be absurd for Funky to just have 20 picture frames of all the other Kongs in the background of his shop, because that's the only place you can realistically put that kind of reference if it's not in dialogue.
Right. And again, this isn't meant to be continually talk about what the Retro games did wrong in comparison to Bananza. I don't want to celebrate Bananza that way, because I do adore the two Retro games, but oh my god. I mean, this is I've heard Bananza likened to Donkey Kong fan fiction. And yeah, in some ways it is, but it's never gratuitous. It's never just...
these developers are definitely fans making fiction, all right.
yeah. But it's never done in a way that feels cheap. And again, I have to point out, we have not had this for decades. So even if this was just gratuitous, going down that checklist, getting in whatever they can get in, let us have it one time.
It's oasis in a desert, just...
But not just an oasis in a desert, it's coming to the end of the desert and seeing this lush paradise before you.
Yeah, we're leaving the desert.
Yeah. Okay, there's more dialogue. There's so much more dialogue.
Okay. Speaking of meeting, looks like you found a new friend down here, too. And then Pauline chimes in. Do you know them, DK?
Then Diddy, finally, says, "You bet he does. I'm Diddy Kong. Nice to meet you." DK and I are best friends. We've been on a bunch of adventures together.
And I'm Dixie Kong. I've been on a few adventures too, including one time when Diddy and I teamed up to rescue DK. In other words, we're DK's original BFFs, banana finding friends, and don't you forget it. I could dissect so much about this, and it's not even just the overt DKC2 reference.
Yes. Oh my god, I'm so glad we got this moment. One of the issues I've had with Cranky's rants, although very well written and very true to Cranky, is he never once stops to be like, who the hell's the little girl? She seems familiar. It never comes up, and he just ignores her with his extreme tunnel vision. To have this moment where Diddy and Dixie kind of mark their territory a little bit.
Yeah, this does read very, like, these characters are smiling and giddy throughout all this dialogue. This last comment from Dixie feels so defensive, and so does Diddy making clear to outline, yeah, I'm DK's best friend.
Yeah, and I think it's exactly what I wanted. I wanted this little moment of acknowledging Pauline and Pauline acknowledging them, and Diddy and Dixie kind of puffing out their chest a little bit and being like, okay, yeah, you're going on this big adventure with Donkey Kong, but you can't compare with our history, so don't even try.
And this is like them affirming, like, yeah, we're not just like some shopkeeper toads. We mattered.
Yeah. And also it's important too, because at this point in the game, I have really been sold on Pauline. I really love her as a character. That being said, I never want Diddy and Dixie displaced from their important role in the series. So to have these three characters meet, worlds collide, friend groups colliding, always awkward, but to have that moment where they're like, yeah, you're not replacing us, Pauline.
Yeah,
it's so good.
I also want to just comment on something that I thought about, like, in the, like, stepping back from this scene. This is kind of a terrible way to make a first impression for both these parties, because, like, in the course of Dixie's dialogue, as we've read, she recaps the events of Donkey Kong Country 2 to you, which, like, that in concert with name dropping Candy was another, like, oh, okay, everything's going to be okay from now on moment for me.
Right.
Like, in that context, it's okay. From Donkey and Pauline's perspective, or from Diddy and Dixie's perspective, here's their best friend who went to this island without telling them, showing up with a brand new, like, best friend, and they both absolutely reek like a landfill and are covered in grime. And from the perspective of Donkey and Pauline, Dixie and Diddy show up, and Dixie's immediate inclination is, oh, you're Donkey Kong's new friend. Here's the most embarrassing thing that ever happened to him.
Hey, Donkey Kong, you remember when K. Rool had you tied up and he was beating you with his gun and shooting you at point blank range and you couldn't do anything about it, and it was up to us little kids rescuing you, and we did? You remember that? And this has come up that Dixie didn't bring up Donkey Kong Country 3, because in the context it wouldn't have made as much sense, because she's specifically trying to relate to Pauline, her importance to Donkey Kong, and it wouldn't really, and really, like, Diddy's importance to Donkey Kong as well. And so,
right, like, she's boosting Diddy a little bit too. She doesn't want to give Diddy a hard time, by saying, remember, she's not trying to big up just herself.
Yeah.
She's saying, like, yeah, we're so tight with Donkey Kong that we both saved him.
Mm-hmm. Freezer in a live stream is trying to say Dixie saying one time when Diddy and I teamed up to rescue DK is confirmation that Donkey Kong Land 2 is not canon. No, the context was different if you read Donkey Kong Land 2 accurately, Freezer, where it was less about Donkey Kong being kidnapped and more about K. Rool recreating the conditions that led to the destruction of Crocodile Isle. Get off my back! They reference Candy Kong. Don't ruin this for me.
There's wiggle room in her line because she says one time. That leaves room for there to have been multiple times.
So many times, yeah. So she doesn't reference Donkey Kong Land 2. She doesn't reference Donkey Kong Country 3. Of course, Donkey Kong Country 3 happens. We get,
but
like,
it is another moment of like explicitly, yeah, the events of this sequential numbered sequel in our game series happened. They were important. They informed our characters and where we stand before you here today. And that's so refreshing to me. It's not just like, honestly, I was so not used to this that back when Tropical Freeze was in the lead up to its release after Dixie had just been announced to be in the game and we were still waiting for more details to trickle out, there was a part of me that was legitimately concerned, like, are they going to just completely never mention that she and Diddy are a couple?
Mm-hmm.
Because they're not going to be on screen together in this game. It's a history that was only relevant in prior games. Are they just going to ignore it? Is this going to be like well, the Cooperlings were never really Bowser's biological kids.
Right.
Situation. But, I mean, thankfully we did dodge that bullet. They had like a character bio for Dixie establishing, no, she's Diddy's girlfriend.
Yeah.
But that speaks to, like, again, credit to Retro and whoever at Nintendo was underlying that back then, but that was the atmosphere of the time. That's just how beaten down I felt about getting any breadcrumbs of story in these games.
And of course, any breadcrumbs we did get, we would make a meal out of, but I'm not used to the feast. I'm not used to the complete harvest bounty that this game. We're so unaccustomed to this. And honestly, this feels so atypical because you do compare Donkey Kong to Mario. And yeah, Mario references its past. Mario, like, gets into, but mainline Mario games, they very rarely have characters call out past adventures in the sequence, in the chronology, and how it affected them, how it influenced them. It doesn't come up often. And Rare was really big into continuity and, like, the development of the characters. I mean, I'm not saying it was, like, profound or anything, but it was there. It was something they infused into Donkey Kong. And not having them be the stewards of the series for so long, it felt like we would never get that back. And even when we were talking early days about EPD taking in Donkey Kong and developing it, I never thought it would be at this level. I never thought we would get back to kind of the Rare years where they are just embracing continuity and past games and celebrating them in a way that's not just cute reference, little detail, little Easter egg, but hey, I'm Dixie Kong. Let me tell you about my life.
Yeah. I wasn't sure how I'd feel, but I feel confident saying now, as long as this team continues to want to, I want them to make Donkey Kong games forever.
I think that's the plan, at least. So, fingers crossed nothing goes wrong. I think Bananza's selling pretty well. I think it's meeting their expectations for the relaunch of the series. everybody's like comparing Bananza to the one Switch 2 game that you can really compare it to, Mario Kart World. I'm like, yes, of course Mario Kart World's going to sell more. It's Mario Kart.
I feel like any sales analysis of this game is missing the forest for the trees right now, because this is an evergreen title. This is going to sell throughout the life of the system.
Yeah.
Because it's a game with Donkey Kong in the title, and Nintendo knows that.
And
it does not, it doesn't have to light the world on fire. It doesn't have to be the killer app that gets people to buy the system, even though it was for a lot of us.
Yeah.
It just has to be on the popular console and available, and it will get steady sales. There's no doubt in my mind.
So of course I don't have hard sales numbers because Nintendo doesn't publish digital sales, but I have had it relayed to me that Nintendo is very happy with the numbers, and it's actually doing really, really well, and it's a game that hasn't really slowed down as far as like interest, and like it's definitely an evergreen title, and we're so unaccustomed again to having a near launch title, with this series. Usually we come towards the tail end of the console's life, unless it's a cursed console like the Wii U. And it has to make a big splash ASAP. And in this case, it's going to be around, and God, the precedent it sets. So anyway, this is where Donkey Kong can chime in. Cameron, keep going with Dixie.
See, so what brings you two all the way down here?
So this is where, similar to when you just talk with the elders, you can say bananas or the planet core. And at this point in the game, I had Donkey Kong come around to helping Pauline first and foremost. So I had Donkey Kong say the planet core. I didn't choose bananas, but I imagine the dialogue tree would just take us the same direction.
So I do actually have the response handy for if you tell Dixie that bananas brought you there.
Okay, I'm curious what that is.
Yeah, because at this point I was also... I had decided in my playthrough, okay, I'm going to have him say Planet Core consistently, because I feel like DK's a good guy. He's going to put Pauline's needs before his own. But I also earmarked, I'm going to play this game again. I'll pick bananas every time on my next playthrough. But I looked up the dialogue for this. And if Donkey Kong says bananas, Dixie's response is, I knew you'd say that, but we don't have any bananas to spare. Sorry.
I guess that's true, because you do not get a Banandium gem for winning the race.
Yeah, there are Banandium gems around here, but you have to go looking for them. Diddy and Dixie don't have a stock of them.
That's right, yeah, so that is actually accurate. Now, yeah, like you, I picked the Planet Core. At first, the first couple times this was a dialogue option, I did have Donkey Kong say bananas, and I think I shifted after the events of Act 2, and then Donkey Kong was like fully invested in helping Pauline first and foremost. So I made Donkey Kong go through a little bit of character growth.
I love how, in the screenshot you have of this dialogue, how concerned Dixie looks, that this seems so out of pocket for Donkey Kong to want something other than bananas.
Yeah. I also like how in the screenshots I took, Pauline is still wearing her poncho, her plastic mac, her raincoat from the Tempest layer. And so, like, the first impression they get of Pauline is she's dressed like an elephant girl.
Yeah, this might be like, oh yeah, I've heard about people like this. Banjo told me about one. Something about racing on a mouse.
Yeah. All right. Well, then if you select the Planet Core, then Dixie says,
"Huh? Planet core? What's that have to do with bananas? Hey, wait, forget all of that, DK. You and your new friend here should enter the Rambi Rumble.
Yeah, forget all that about you traveling to the center of Earth. Boring. Instead, why don't you do our race? I like how that doesn't even phase Dixie. Like, oh yeah, you're going to what I presume to be the molten center of the planet. Cool. Have fun with that. But first, have you considered racing some rhinos? It's just such a, like, I don't know, like, it reads accurately. Like, if she's not going on the adventure, she doesn't care.
Yeah, I think this is kind of the nature of what Donkey Kong just said, kind of blowing over her head, because she fully expected him to say bananas.
Yeah.
And at this point, I think she doesn't understand the significance of what planet core means.
Yeah, because they've been in the underground world. We'll later learn, like, exactly why they're down here, but, you know, they haven't gone any further than this, and they haven't actually explored any of the layers above this either, so they're kind of in a pocket here, and they don't have a greater understanding of what's been happening and transpiring. Anyway, then Diddy chimes in and says, yeah, you're an old pro at riding on Rambi, DK. I've just got to see you do your thing out there on the track.
Diddy and I rule this Stampede way. We haven't lost a single race. But there hasn't been much competition down here. We could use a real rival. The winner gets to stand proudly on top of that big trophy over there.
That has the cadence of the big sandwich that often comes up.
I know what you want, DK. You want a big banana.
I read that big trophy, and I just heard you and Dustin making that joke on our Sea of Thieves streams.
There's some kind of tunnel underneath it that leads deeper underground. Whatever it is you're looking for, DK, that tunnel should help you get there.
Again, yeah, a tunnel that goes deeper underground.
Whatever it is you're looking for.
Whatever, but did you see that big trophy with our faces on it? And then Diddy says, well, come on already. Let's race. The two of you versus the two of us. And then you get the story directive, win the Rambi Rumble. We'll come back to Diddy and Dixie in a bit, because there's more dialogue to be had with the both of them.
I forgot there were other characters in this layer for a moment.
I forgot there was anything to do with racing. I thought it was just a nice 4-hour chat with my buds. But yeah, Diddy is the one you have to talk to initiate the Rambi Rumble, but you can talk to Dixie, and she has way more to say. So we will go back to them a bit briefly, because it really doesn't matter, does it? I did want to touch upon some of the other stuff in this layer, which is interesting too. I mean, there is greater context for what's going on around here, and there's some other characters that you can meet up with, and other Bananium gems that you can get. There's some shrines, some challenge courses, all that stuff. But I wanted to point out some fun Prospector Monkey and Fractone dialogue, because there are also Fractones milling about. There's Prospector Monkeys, there's Fractones, and there are rhinos, all just milling around the area. You talk to one of the Prospector Monkeys nearby, Diddy and Dixie, and they explain, that dirt pile blew us down here with a bunch of Ingot Isle's busted parts. So we used them to throw together a quick and dirty stampede way. And I just love that context of, you know, like seeing the screenshot of this. We knew they would incorporate those elements from Ingot Isle. But at this point in the game, I also didn't realize how hungry I was to bring some of the Ingot Isle stuff back. Because like I said, that initial area really resounded with me. I really, really enjoyed the Ingot Isle cave-in. And to have
even just having that music back.
Yeah, it's great music. it was fun to hear again. I love the Prospector monkeys, and it was also really nice to get this perspective of other characters alien to the underground world, trying to wrap their heads around it, trying to make sense of it. Cranky doesn't let on that it's disorienting. And here we get more characters from the surface, from Donkey Kong's neck of the woods, really kind of chiming in. And for all they know, like, they're all stranded down here. They don't see a way out. Because not only were they blown into the underground world, but they were blown far deeper than Donkey Kong was. And, like, they're like thinking, is this our life now? And so they're kind of hanging on to what they could salvage from the surface while also having this distraction in the Rambi Rumble, the Stampede way. And I just really like that. It's kind of them trying to scrounge together some sort of life, stripped away from Ingot Isle and the surface.
There's a very, like, Gilligan's Island kind of thing going on with, with them.
And it's also really fun seeing the Prospector monkeys engage with the Fractones. This is our real first taste of the worlds colliding in this, like, it's obviously Diddy, Dixie meeting Pauline, but in actual, like, these characters, this group of characters from the surface coming together with these underground world denizens, and both sides comparing notes and getting to know each other. We had seen a little bit of cross-pollination between the different animal tribes living in the underground world a little bit before this, like, besides just the Fractones showing up everywhere. Like, we had seen, like, them appear in the Divide, depending on which order you play the worlds in, going back to the Divide. But this is like... Them
being here also tracks with this being a hilltop layer, like, redux.
Yeah. Yeah, although, more on that in just a bit. We have some context, too, of if there was a Fractone outpost here before the Stampede way. It's kind of interesting. So, some of the other just errant NPC dialogues you'll get, Prospector Monkey says, those two, referring to Diddy and Dixie, are top-notch rumblers. One of the Prospector monkeys is just staring at the Stampede way saying, it's huge! Or maybe they're looking at the trophy. I don't know. Another Prospector monkey is saying, go, Rambi, go! And we don't really know which character they're referring to. More on that in just a bit. My favorite little bit of dialogue between a Fractone and a Prospector monkey, though, God, I love this line, is, please this is a Fractone, right? And they're sing-songing this. Please let us ride. We've never tried. And then the Prospector monkey says, maybe when you're a little bolder. As in Boulder.
You're gonna crush this poor rhino's back.
I just love the dumb wordplay, and it's like it's a triple meaning, because you could read it as maybe when you're a little older, but in this case bolder, or maybe when you're a little bolder, like when you're a little bit more brave, but again using the term boulder as in a big rock.
I also noticed with these Fractones in particular, they're all the kind of funny arched Fractone where they're kind of a bent curve. They're not just a rock.
Yeah.
And at least in this section, all of them talk in rhyme, in sing-songy rhyme.
Mm-hmm.
Which, like, I know that this can't be why, but it is another... Well, this is giving me Banjo-Kazooie vibes, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah, so I think the arches are when they're, like, straining to see something. I don't know if that reads consistently with all the other appearances and all the other layers and worlds, but that's the way it read to me. Is like they all want to see the raceway or the Stampede way, excuse me.
They do kind of seem like the shape of them reads as looking intently.
Yeah.
Whenever they show up.
Yeah. Another one has a sing-songy rhyme. They say, a real racetrack, we're taking it back. And then just the Prospector monkey says, pretty neat, huh? It's just, I just loved seeing the two factions interact, and it's such a, like, early game and, like, deep into the game coming together, and it's just so great to see. I know Odyssey did this as well, but I really like when different groups of characters from different worlds start coming together. Like Banjo-Tooie, when you start seeing like various characters pop up, like even in like Witchy World early on, you've got like characters visiting Witchy World, and you've got like the dinosaurs and
The cross-pollination of, like, this character doesn't quote unquote belong here. That's fun. It's fun. It's one of the things in this game where, like, even when something is clearly taken from Odyssey, I don't mind it because I really loved a lot of what Odyssey did, and a lot of the stuff Odyssey did I loved because it took Mario closer to a design philosophy that felt like something Rare would do in the late 90s or early 2000s.
Yeah, Odyssey was, and I've only played it through New Donk City, so apologies, but Odyssey, in the bit I played of it, really was reading as, this is the most Rare-coded mainline Mario game I've ever played. And I can see the influence of Banjo-Kazooie games in here. This is amazing, and if I didn't know, like, members of this team would be doing a Donkey Kong game that would be coming out in a matter of weeks, I would be super jealous and angry. I'm glad I played Odyssey when I did, in all honesty, because if I played it before we had any context for what was coming, I would have been so pissed. I was like, yeah, of course they're giving us the Mario when they finally figured out the formula for Donkey Kong! So it all worked out in the end. There's another Fractone that has a bit more dialogue where they say, we thought folks
different
were
shape too.
Yeah. We thought folks were just obsessive, but this Stampede way is impressive. And ooh-wee, do you see? That's one shiny trophy. Not sure about that decoration on top, though. Whose idea was that? And so it's a void stake.
Yeah, lost the commitment to the bit in that last line.
They were so taken aback by the garish visage of Void Kong that they immediately went to Banjo-Tooie dialogue mode instead of Banjo-Kazooie dialogue mode.
I would bet Diddy and Dixie didn't even notice Void planting that thing.
Yeah, they seem very self-centered on, like, their immediate surroundings. Like, they are all about the racing. They are all about the Stampede way and the Rambi Rumble.
There's music blaring all over the place. There's forms to read over. They've got a giant podium blocking their view. The trophy's really far away.
Yeah, and it's amazing. Like, Diddy and Dixie, for all they know, they're stranded here too, but they have committed to the bit. They are just all about this. And in tracks, I mean, we know Diddy likes racing, and Dixie's done it too, so, like... and I think Dixie is the kind of person, as we've said, who will just adapt and find enjoyment and thrills from it, and... I think Diddy can do it in a pinch, especially if he's got somebody like Dixie with him. There is a getaway in this sublayer. There's just the one, and it's up above on a floating island, a small floating island above the reception area. It's called Top Tier Getaway, and... you know, there's not much up there. There's a rhino just milling about up there, right next to the bed. The bed's actually in the middle of a water trough that's pouring down below into another water trough.
I was surprised how long it took me to spot this one, and I think it's just because, like, Diddy and Dixie are here. I have tonal blindness for anything else.
Well, I was looking for the getaway because I always like to end my play session with them going to bed. If I can't get to a getaway, okay, whatever, they can sleep on the ground. But I like knowing that the characters are tucked in safely. It's just this weird thing for me. So, of course, I also
It's like a Pokemon Stadium game making you save at a Pokemon Center. It just feels like this is the safe zone.
I mean, when I was playing Donkey Kong Country games, the original trilogy as a kid, I always imagined the characters going to one of the like Kong helpers and spending the night there. Like, oh, they're probably spending the night at Funky's Flights too, because that's the more enjoyable hangout. Like, they probably would hate spending the night in the Monkey Museum because Cranky would just be giving them shit. They'd be like, hey, Diddy and Dixie, are you awake? So Pauline does have some dialogue. It's more just colorful lines from Pauline referring to the Stampede way, but would you like to read it, Cameron?
Sure. Hey, DK, you awake? What a view this place has. It's like having a box seat at the racetrack. Actually, for a racer, there's no better seat than the cockpit as you cross the finish line in first place. Vroom, vroom. This place makes me want to push the pedal to the metal. Good night.
Which makes me wonder, has Pauline, without getting into her identity, has she ever attended a Mario Kart through familial connections and sat in box seats? I don't know.
It is funny that she's framing this through the lens of watching a motor speedway. And
yeah, I was thinking, is this tiptoeing up to a Mario Kart reference? And I know there's going to be people out there like, Mario Kart's not canon. Everything is canon, including Donkey Kong Land 2. Get off my ass. Anyway, there is also a little racer lodge. It's like separate from the getaway that you can use for free to restore your health. And it's down below. There's like the little ledge area like that goes around the main islands, and you can talk to a little prospector monkey down there, and they say, when I'm not crashing out on the track, I'm crashing in this little room. I just like that little detail.
That poor rhino.
Yeah, like, well, that poor monkey, like, I can't imagine crashing out in this context because you're gonna get trampled, probably. Then there is an interior cave you can enter from here, and lots of stuff's happening down there, including Quiztone is hanging out down here. And at this point in the game, I think what really warmed me to Quiztone was when we talked to Quiztone in the resort layer, and they referenced crystal coconuts and orange grenades from Donkey Kong 64. And at that point, I was like, Quiztone, you're okay. You're all right. You're one of us, and I look forward to having future discussions with you.
Yeah, Quiztone knows what's up.
Yeah. So, Quiztone in this layer, just really quick, I'll just read some of... Like, I haven't read every Quiztone question in these episodes, because I don't think it's important. And honestly, it's probably not important here, but I like some of these multiple choice options, and I wanted to point them out. So Quiztone says, what sort of facility is offered by the elephants in the Tempest layer? And your options are a yoga studio, a fitness gym, or a sauna. I thought that it's like, is this the first time yoga's been referenced in a Donkey Kong game? A little trivia for you, if Quiztone was asking that question.
I like the idea of a bunch of these meteorologist elephants just having a place to get swole.
Yeah. As if they need it. And Quiztone, when you select a sauna, which is the correct answer, Quiztone will say, hot sauna, cold bath, fresh air. True spa enthusiasts can repeat this relaxation loop all day. Just try to stay hydrated. And I'm like, what does a Fractone know about staying hydrated? But then again, Quiztone knows a whole lot that you wouldn't expect Quiztone to know. So Quiztone is just well-read, well-versed in the ways of the world. The second question is, who guided you through the long downward dig of the landfill layer? And this is a bit harder because unless you were paying attention to all the dialogue, you wouldn't necessarily know Eileen's, Lil Elevator, or Elevator. You wouldn't know the difference between the three. In this case, it was Eileen's, though. And Quizstone says, what cute little critters, it's critters with a C, just to be clear, with their stout bellies and anxious squeals, makes you want to give them a comforting high five, says again the character without any visible limbs. How do fractones give each other high fives? What does that entail?
Could they just like morph out a hand to the side?
Every time I've tried to give a fractone a high five, I just shatter them temporarily. So it doesn't work. Doesn't work.
You're startling them.
Yeah.
I guess.
Finally, which of these things will allow you to smash through concrete? And the options are a splash of water, punching 256 times, or chunks of stone. Is 256 a reference to anything, or is it just an arbitrary number that sounds funny?
I feel like it was just an arbitrary funny number.
I was racking my brain. I was like, what is the significance of 256? Is that some reference I'm not remembering? And I'm like, no, I'm just looking for clues at this point.
I'm just picturing Donkey Kong in the role of Peter Capaldi's doctor in Heaven Sent.
You know, I would say Donkey Kong Bananza is comparable to that episode in just it's one of the finest things I've consumed under this brand. Anyway, and he also smashes a lot of rocks, so, you know. Anyway, and then you select chunks of stone, which is the correct answer, and Quiztone says, as the famous saying goes, even simple chunks of stone can pierce concrete. Everyone knows that one. Everyone! Which read to me like a Matt Corna joke. It's styled like a joke Matt would make.
I can read it in Matt's voice.
Yes. And so that made me laugh. And from that point on, I read every Quiztone line in Matt's voice. Which, again, endeared Quiztone to me all the more. And when they eventually bring Quiztone into the Donkey Kong Bananza movie, the sequel to the Donkey Kong movie, I nominate Matt.
So there's some discussion in the episode chat prompted by a freezer that 256 is a computing code reference.
Oh, really? How would I know that? It doesn't have to do with Donkey Kong lore.
Courtney also pointing out Super Paper Mario also has a 256 reference.
Okay.
Just Andre pointing out it's like a common commonly understood byte size.
Okay. If you say wait, yeah, so 64, I can totally... 128, 256. Okay. That's why it registered with me. That's why I was trying to think, where have I heard 256 before? And I didn't understand.
I've known it to have significance, but like in this context, and that is probably informing the choice, even though I don't think it like one-to-one corresponds to a joke.
Like, I was trying to think in just like Donkey Kong terms. I was like, is that how many minutes it took the ambulance to get to Wrinkly Kong? And it's like, no, we never knew that. That's never been established. Although, everything's on the table now, so I can't wait to finally find out how Wrinkly died.
Yeah, the only game that I know like 256 to be a very specific reference is with Pac-Man, because they made an endless runner called Pac-Man 256 based on the fact that Maze 256 is when the original Pac-Man's kind of code kind of corrupts into nonsense.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good information to have. I knew the number had significance, but I just gave up. And obviously I needed greater context, and also needed the connection of tying it back to the number 64. That
Malik
helps.
has also chimed in about the Pac-Man kill screen. Freezer says, I think it's a dev joke, like you hit it 256 times, it changes value from solid to broken. Courtney says, everything is on the table, like Wrinkly at the morgue.
Oh, God. You know, we could very realistically get a Wrinkly Kong autopsy game. I'm just saying, everything's possible. We live in a new golden era for the series.
With all the digging in this game, at least they had the good taste not to have you dig up Wrinkly's grave.
Oh, God. We're going to talk about smashing stats in just now, actually. So the water trough that exists down here, you got 2 rhinos around it and a prospector monkey, and it's like pouring down from the island that the getaway is on. Now, when I first came in here, I was holding my breath this entire layer whenever I wasn't talking to Diddy and Dixie, because I thought this is where the bottom would fall out. I thought this is where we would get some form of posh Rambi. My biggest fear, my biggest worry about this game was Rambi would start speaking. And even if, like, the prime Rambi doesn't speak, if any of these rhinos talked, I would say that would be the tipping point. And I came down here and I saw this dialogue bubble where it said, easy now, don't get waterlogged, okay? I didn't see the prospector monkey behind the rhino. I thought the rhino was saying this.
Oh.
And I went, oh no, it's over. It's Rover. It's done. It's the animal buddies will all speak now, aside from Squawks, who is allowed to speak because he's a parrot. But no, I saw the prospector monkey was actually saying it, and I went, phew. All right.
Yeah. I do like the little world building touch here. Like, yeah, I am glad they're keeping the rhinos hydrated.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, they're working hard.
I also appreciated this because this is where I finally figured out how to max out smashing stats for water. Obviously, I realized water was part of your smashing stats when I burst those little floating bubbles in Lagoon Layer and Resort Layer, those bubbles of juice, and it would add water to your smashing stats. But I was like, I'm never going to be able to, like, max out the water, because just punching still water in the game doesn't register as like you're smashing it. However, if the water is running, I didn't realize that, and you punch it underneath, it will count towards your smashing stats. So you better believe, like a little freak, Freezer said I needed therapy in the chat earlier. Well, how do you feel that I spent 5 minutes under this running water punching it to max out my smashing stats? And I have the screenshot for proof.
This is DK going under some martial artist training. Sitting under a waterfall.
This is DK getting the stink of landfill layer off him once and for all. It's just a coincidence that it so happened to please Smash and Tone enough where it counted.
Well, I don't like that he's bathing in the rhino's drinking water.
It's like, it reminds me of The Force Awakens when Finn comes through the desert and is so desperate for water that he like goes into the animal trough and just goes for it. And it's disgusting, but in that situation, yeah, you would do it too. Yeah, that's exactly what Donkey Kong's doing right now. So, also in the interior cavern, this is where Cranky's hiding. And I was wondering about this because I was like, it's interesting because there's a bunch of rhinos around here. Where are they going to stick the prime Rambi? And therefore Cranky. And Cranky's hiding up in a little alcove up on top of some Neptunite underneath the, like, metal compartments of the girders.
For a bit, I kind of wondered if Cranky was going to even be in this layer just because him traveling with Rambi raises even more questions about what's going on here, but we'll get to it.
I knew Cranky would be here just because he was in the Divide and the Junction. I was like, if they went through that effort to put Cranky in there, he's got to be here. And I was like, he's got to be somewhere that's out of the way. So he's either on one of the floating islands in the distance. What I was really worried about was, is he going to be like hiding behind the racetrack and you actually have to like sequence break a little bit to find him? But no, he's you're tipped off because one of the prospector monkeys is looking at a Neptunite wall and says, "Where does this wall go?" And you climb up, and there's Cranky with Rambi, our Rambi, and yeah, he's just on this like patch of grass that's and dirt that's grown over the Neptunite. And he does his normal rant, you know, blah 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 blah. It's up to me. You went off in the mines, yada yada yada. And then you finally get to the point that's different, as we do. Would you like to read Cranky's dialogue?
Sure. What a rotten crook. He thinks he's so intimidating. Flashing that crooked grin of his every chance he gets. If he thinks it's crooked now, wait till I throw a barrel at it.
Yep. And, yeah, so it continues, and I do like the pop-up. It's always fun to see the name of the world between Cranky's rant. So in this case, Cranky's racing rant, which just sounds like he's got some real opinions about Mario Kart.
Yeah, it just sounds like it's about something else.
Usually when an old person goes on a long tirade to you, and race is involved, you really want to just get away ASAP. Thankfully, Cranky's not that problematic. He's annoying, but he's not, as far as we know, a bigot. So...
we're all going to go to Thanksgiving Isle and you're not invited, Cranky.
You're looking for a way to get out of, can we actually speed run this, please? Can we just get to the other side of the weekend? But I also had to wonder what Rambi was thinking, being around all these DK Island rhinos. Just Rambi just looks perpetually pissed in this game.
Yeah, he's got resting bitch face, and so do all the other rhinos we see.
They don't look like they're having a good time, that's for sure. And
they also seem calm, though, which is good because there's a lot of loud blaring music, and
yeah,
I don't know how skittish a real life rhino is, but I'm just thinking of this from livestock perspective of this all seems very overstimulating.
Yes, as somebody who has an anxious dog, it would be a bit much. You can't even have the bass on the TV turned up too much, or my dog will panic. So it's your life is constantly walking on eggshells in service of the mental well-being of this little companion that you are entrusted with. And Rambi doesn't seem that concerned, but again, maybe Cranky went into this little alcove for Rambi's benefit. Cranky, for all his faults, does seem to sometimes have the well-being of the animal buddies, in his heart, so maybe that's why they're hiding. I initially wondered if he was hiding here because he didn't want to talk to Diddy and Dixie, but
it does seem to be Cranky's most humanizing trait that he is the one conscious of the welfare of the animal buddies. He's in returns, he's got Squawks in his hut. He tells him he likes it if you scritch behind his ears. He's the caretaker of Espresso and Winky in both versions of DKC2. In this game, he's made sure that Rambi has been packed with grass to eat for the road.
Right. Yeah.
It's very cute.
I did think it's funny, though, you get two of the plush Rambis, or rhinos, or Rambis down here. And
he's got three. I don't know if this is Cranky having put them there because he has a soft spot for Rambi, or if this was just a suite that they've decorated for him.
Or it's a storage unit for the plushes. Yeah. Two of the plushes are posed on one of the
maybe Cranky's the one making them.
Two of the plushes are posed on one of the vending machines, the drink vending machines from Ingot Isle. Which I really liked as a little...
Yeah, it's half buried in the ground and turned sideways like it's a Like it's a cinder block shelf at a college dorm.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So yeah, that's Rambi's. That's Rambi's role. Also, as I like to point out, the ambient wildlife that you encounter in the layers. We get rats in this layer, but they're not the Ingot Isle rats. Those rats, if they went down with them, they're not apparent here. These are rats that seem to be native to the underground world because they have crystal tails. I just thought that was a great touch.
Very extra mile touch in this layer that, like, has a deceptive amount of depth to it for how short and truncated it is.
Especially if you spend all your time hanging out here, looking at all the layers or looking at all the like references and little details, and you punch the water repeatedly. Yeah, I liked that it called back to Ingot Isle, but also like showed that, oh yeah, rats also have evolved down here to be different. And yeah, just a cool little touch. So one of the things I do when I look at the map screen of the layer is I look for the telltale lore tablet of the Exploratone. And I realized it was on one of the floating islands, and I was like, well, how do you get over there? And I think you have to use the ostrich Bananza, to get over there. And there's a Bananium gem there, and you talk to a Fractone who does a little sing-songy rhyme. The finish line tests us all. Win or lose, it makes the call. It's like, okay. But here's where we get a little bit of lore, thanks to the Exploratone, about the history of this layer pre-Ingot Isle Cave-In, pre-Diddy and Dixie, and a whole herd of rhinos falling down. This is Saga of the Exploratone, verse 19. And it says, "We have come to a dreary and empty clearing. Nothing is here but a breeze blowing through a vast meadow. It reminds us somewhat of home. Are the fractones of the hilltop layers singing and dancing from their hearts as we write this? Will this barren meadow someday be home to lively locals of its very own? We hope so. For now, we head deeper." And I thought it's interesting that, no, there weren't fractones here before. It was just an empty meadow. And it was also, I think, a cool little touch to show a little bit of homesickness on the part of the Exploratone, and kind of like longing for the camaraderie and liveliness of the hilltop layer. And at this point, I'm invested in the Exploratone. I want to meet the Exploratone. It's just such a great little touch of not only providing us some history about each layer, but also just building up, maybe the end game a little bit. And I'm at this point, I'm wondering, is there going to be some ghastly twist with the Exploratone? What if the Exploratone is the true villain behind this all?
Yeah, are we gonna get to a point where the Exploratone finds out what the origin of his people or their people is, and realizes, oh, I wish we hadn't done that.
Yeah, yeah. This is where
pronoun trouble with the fractones.
Yeah, this is where the Nazis fled post World War II, and they became rock people. Wouldn't that be just a kick in the face? Just, oh god, because I love the fractones at this point, and I love the Exploratone, even though I've never met them, and so I am a little bit worried that there's going to be a twist, a little shiv in the heart for the Exploratone. But yeah, it seems like there is nothing here but nature, and Diddy and Dixie paved paradise and put up a parking lot. But they seem happy. They all seem happy, and
the way the Exploratone frames this, it does seem like Diddy and Dixie didn't upset the environment so much as, well, they gave it life.
Well, also, they didn't necessarily put all this junk there. It just fell with them. They just did something with it. So,
right. Right. They didn't go, okay, steamroll all these flowers.
Yeah. They made lemonade with the lemon party. Sorry. So catching up with Dixie. You can talk to Dixie. She has more dialogue. And you've got 3 different branches that you can go down, and unlike the Bananas or Planet Core, you can go back to each one. So
I apologize. I'm checking over for the chat. Freezer says Krista Fember Rock Umbus settled underground hundreds of years earlier and killed the giraffes.
Christomempher Rockumbus. Yeah. Just Audrey says the ghastly twist is that the saga of the Explorer Tone is actually the origin story for the villain secretly masterminding Bananza's whole plot, Ghastly King. Jungle Beat scaries there. And Courtney says, I've gotten the fractone pronouns down except for Quiztone. They're just swanky core to me, so I keep saying he on accident. Yeah, it's interesting too, because the pronouns, like I've always read the fractone pronouns, and maybe I'm misreading this, but it's more like they view themselves as a collective, so that's why they use they, them, or us, because they're not like the Borg from Star Trek, where they're a hive mind or anything, but they just view themselves so much as a community that they don't, even the ones that have the individual names, they're still part of something larger, this tapestry, and something beautiful in that, in especially this era we find ourselves in.
Yeah, it's a very interesting choice, and I've come to love the fractones so much, and I did not expect to.
I remember
first saw them.
I remember the discourse around the fractones from the start. How much Jeff and I think Mitchell were going after them, and I was trying to keep an open mind about everything. I was like, yeah, I wish there were more colorful NPCs than just rock people. But then, you get to know them and you grow to love them. And God, they're such an essential part of Donkey Kong to me now. I adore the fractones. And this is, again, the point we've always made about how to introduce new stuff to a series. You make it part of the old stuff. You don't just do these soft resets every half a decade to 15 years.
Yeah, you want to sell me on a new character, have them walk over and talk to an old character.
Yeah. All right, catching up with Dixie. Cameron, this is all you.
Okay. Hey, DK, let's chat.
It's like, you don't have to ask me twice. Of course. Yes, let's chat. So the dialogue options are, you left DK Island, ? You found Ingot Isle, ? Why the racetrack, ? And bye-bye. It's like, yeah, I'm not selecting option 4. Fuck that. No. So you left DK
Hey, Dixie.
Island?
See ya.
Yeah. Hey, Dixie. Why don't you go back on hiatus for several years? This is a Donkey Kong 3D platformer. Where's your sister? Get out of here.
It finally felt like we could rest and relax back on DK Island, but that's right when you packed up and ran off to some place called Ingot Isle. You heard rumors there were golden bananas being mined there, right, DK? You can't resist, but I get it. Who can say no to bananas? We still have more to chat about.
Don't say bye-bye yet. Yeah, I like the little context there where it says it finally felt like we could rest and relax back on DK Island, because it implies that the giant gap between Tropical Freeze and now was also felt by the characters. Like, they went through this period, discounting cameo games and maybe Donkey Kong Adventure. It's just, nothing was happening. And they enter this era of peace, but we know for Dixie that would be quite boring.
So next is you found Ingot Isle? And yep. Dixie's response is, we hopped on a couple of Rambis and set out to join you on Ingot Isle. But as soon as we arrived, we got swept up by a weird floating dirt pile. Then we tumbled down with everyone into this underground world. You two dropped in from above, right? I guess that means we tumbled down much, much deeper than you. So we rode a bunch of Rambies to follow you to Ingot Isle, right? Right. Well, they were super popular with the miners that tumbled down here. The miners helped us care for them, play with them, and before we know it, they built us this Mondo cool racetrack, a Stampede Way.
Mondo
Now
cool.
we have fun all day, every day. I haven't been this on board in ages.
All right, so there's
I do love this slang peppered into Dixie's speech of Mondo and Unboard.
yeah.
It like I said, I don't think she's shown much inclination for this before, but it fits her so well.
Mondo also sounds like 90s slang that the Kongs would still use.
Yeah.
Perpetually
That's
stuck.
right, Donkey Kong. Mondo cool.
Perpetually stuck in that era. So a lot to unpack there. I like the humble brag too of Dixie saying we must have tumbled much, much deeper than you.
Like it's a contest.
Like we're so much better at falling than you are, Donkey Kong. Wow.
Well, yeah, Dixie's better at falling than everybody.
That is true. Although you would think she would fall far less than, like she would have stopped at like Sublayer 13. But sure.
But just for the thrill of it.
Yeah. So let's talk about the big bugaboo.
The big Rambi in the room.
Yeah. So this referring to all the rhinos as Rambies. So obviously you've got some thoughts on this, you've got some theories on this. Yeah, I will say this from the outset. Like I've got my own ideas, and I will say, like, it's not ideal. It's not my favorite decision made in Donkey Kong Bananza, and it's the one little thing in this world that I'm like, ugh. It's a very Nintendo thing to do, and we've seen it time and time again in other Nintendo properties, specifically the Super Mario franchise.
I could see a world where like this kind of incongruous choice frustrates me more, but they front load it with so much that they just hit after hit after hit get everything better than I could have ever imagined. Like, okay, all right, you're allowed one kind of wrinkle here.
Yeah. Even the Kongs aren't allowed that anymore. She died. But I think that for me, like, I was kind of expecting this as soon as I saw the Rhino race in the Bananza Direct. And I like saw like the signage that was said, Rambi Rumble. And I was like, I bet that's what they do. I bet they Yoshi it. I bet they Toad it. What's your theory about why the team did this?
So I feel like they set out to, here's my theory why I can think they did this. I don't think it came from a place of ignorance. I feel like doing this arose from the nature of what this layer is and what it's having you do, kind of writing them into a corner. Because, okay, they set up a mini game where you are racing on a rhino against Diddy and Dixie. Which means, Diddy and Dixie have been explicitly racing the rhino way before you got here. So, Diddy and Dixie have to be riding a rhino, and Donkey Kong and Pauline also have to be riding a rhino. And it would be weird for Diddy and Dixie not to be riding the Rambi, because the minigame's named after him, and they are the stars of this racetrack. It'd be weird if they're not riding Rambi. But you are expected to race against them to advance, unless you skip this. And Donkey Kong is the main character of the game. Rambi is like his animal buddy. He's the one who transforms into Rambi in DK64. It would be weird for Donkey Kong to ride any rhino but Rambi. And compounding that, they've also set up that Cranky has been going through this entire underground, and the Rambi has been the one taking him there. So you have this situation where you've set up 4 different Kongs, and it would be weird for any one of them to not be riding the Rambi. So your inelegant solution is, oops, all Rambis.
You get a Rambi, and you get a Rambi, and you get a Rambi. Yeah, I agree. I agree that's why they went there. I don't think this was necessarily them misreading the situation. Oh, it's like Yoshi. Oh, just there's multiple Rambis, and there's always been multiple Rambis. There's no singular Rambi. I don't think that's the case. And I would say that if there's any prime Rambi that's been the same Rambi we've known since 1994, it's the one with Cranky. I think that makes the most sense to me, especially given Cranky's relationship with the animal buddies, and also the fact that he's got the rhino crate on his porch in Donkey Kong Country.
Which I should point out says rhino on the side of it.
Yes. So, you know me, Cameron, and you know that before I moved on and did anything, I had to process this, and I had to figure out how we can apply logical fanon to this. And when I say logical fanon, I don't mean just going off, just coming up with nonsense that has no bearing on what we know. And what we know about not only the history of this franchise, but also the circumstances that Diddy, Dixie, and these Prospector monkeys find themselves in. So, here is my logic. And I think most people who are longtime listeners of the Kongversation will have been able to figure this out, because you know the way my brain works. You know how DK Vine probably approaches stuff like this. So, we know from Dixie's dialogue here that she and Diddy somehow took an entire herd of rhinos with them to Ingot Isle. More than 2. I haven't counted how many rhinos are actually milling about.
Which, this feels like a very strange thing for them to do.
Yes.
But, in my heart of hearts, this was Dixie's idea. We're gonna go crash DK's good time on Ingot Isle, and we are going to stampede rhinoceroses through town.
So
to scare the hell out of him.
We're going to be going into these mines. Let's take a bunch of rhinos with us from the Congo jungle to help facilitate breaking through the cave tunnels. And, the more the merrier. I don't know how they shepherded all these rhinos, how they managed this. This seems like a logistical nightmare, especially when you're going across the ocean, when you're going from island to island. I was questioning how Cranky did it, but then again, this has never really come up before. How did they get all the animal buddies to Crocodile Isle? How did they get them to the Northern it's whatever. They found a way.
They figured it out.
So, yeah, they take all these rhinos, right?
Courtney says raft made of Rambis. Raft bee.
Yeah, those. No wonder they all look so pissed. They were all tied together and then had to swim for their lives. So, as I said, the rhino with Cranky, that is our Rambi. That is the Rambi. Rambi Prime. Now, Diddy and Dixie took the herd with them to Ingot Isle, and then they all got swept down to layer 1100. And then when they're trying to take stock of their situation, and when they decided to build the raceway, the Stampede Way, they decided, well, in tribute to our friend, to our beloved animal companion Rambi, we are going to call this the Rambi Rumble. We're going to name it after Rambi. Now, the Prospector monkeys with them then began, in like the colloquial sense, referring to the rhinos as Rambis. It kind of became the shorthand. And it just stuck. Any rhino part of the Rambi Rumble is a Rambi. And I think Diddy and Dixie would go along with it because at this point, they don't know how or when or if they're ever going to get home. And so that kind of provided that comfort, that reminder of Donkey Kong Island. Okay, you know what? They're all Rambis. Isn't that a sweet reminder? And that's how Rambi can be applied to different rhinos. Just that basic chain of events. And look, if this sticks around in future games, well then those rhinos that appear were also part of the Rambi Rumble. Easy peasy. You know what? And this came up in the chat, and yes, I am more relieved that we didn't get Posh Rambi than this little wrinkle, than this little bump in the road. I can deal with this and I can hand wave this away. A Posh Rambi would have broken my brain. Dog Rambi forever, Posh Rambi never.
I think something that also, a couple things that make this also more palatable for me are, for one thing, this isn't the first time they weren't referred to by name, but it's not the first time we've seen multiples, like doppelgangers of an animal buddy, because we have the flock of parrots in DK64, the recurring flock of parrots that all look like squawks. And when this first raised its head, I think I had a kind of worry that, like, oh, are they treating Rambi as a species? Are Rambis no longer a regular rhino? Are they like what a Yoshi is to a dinosaur, where they're a special, specific, fictionalized type of rhinoceros? And no, that really doesn't seem to be what they're doing. That's just something, whatever is going on with this naming convention, it seems to just be, this is what Diddy and Dixie are colloquially calling these rhinoceroses. They're still average everyday rhinos.
Right.
They know that they are rhinos. Anybody stumbling into this by falling down a hole is going to say, what's with all the rhinos? They're not going to say, what's with all the Rambis, until they're told that they're Rambis.
They're Rambis, right. And also, that's just the brand. They have these plushes. You know, like...
Yeah, they all have Rambi stitched on the side. You're not going to stitch rhino on the side of a rhino. That'd be weird.
You can't trademark that. So, yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense when you look at it from how they got there, but it's jarring at first, right? It is just like, ooh, I didn't want that to happen. But, you know, this came up 24 years ago. We were talking about this after the Donkey Kong Racing trailer. Like, there's multiple rhinos in that. Are they going to call them all Rambis? Is there just, how do we know which one is Rambi?
There are scores of espresso that all have the same tennis shoes.
Yeah. Yeah. But we have seen multiple ostriches since then. And, you know, they weren't all called espressos. It was espresso racing, but there was Papa Laws and there was Minogue. Yeah, we love Minogue here. So I am not necessarily like, I don't think this is a deal breaker, and we can always hand wave away these little things.
This is something that I think always had a bit more wiggle room built into it, because it's not something that Rare's games really delved into that much. It's not an absolute universe breaker, like, say, if they retconned no, Cranky was never the original Donkey Kong. He's just some old man.
Right. It's...
Which people keep thinking they'll do, and they never do.
They didn't even do it in this game. Like, this game actually just has Cranky referencing it. And, like, I know it'll never go away. You know, like, people will always be like, but I'm hoping it starts to lessen now, you know, just a little bit.
Yeah. And I think also muddying this is, like, Rare also had kind of this, like, this ill-defined, like, is this an individual or is this a species issue with the Kremlings sometimes, because, like, on the one hand, yeah, you'd see multiples of them on screen. You'd think, well, this is an army, these are subspecies types, but you also had instances like, well, the one I always go back to is the manual story for Cutlass in DKC2, which describes him as a singular character and says he ordered his swords from a mail-in TV offer, but he had a shitty, tiny TV that failed to portray that they were actually humongous knives.
Yeah.
And, like, logistically, well, that's not going to be the story for an entire army.
It's kind of funnier if it is, though.
It is. So, I don't envy the spot they found themselves in. This isn't my ideal scenario, but, like, I can roll with it. It's whatever. There's so much more to love about this layer.
This would suck.
I can just let this slide.
This would suck if Rambi wasn't paired with Cranky. And there wasn't that... like, that added extra level of detail on the Rhino with Cranky to really elevate him.
They've clearly said, like, okay, there are multiple Rambis, but there is still the Rambi, similar to how there's a bunch of Yoshis, but the green one who hangs around Mario all the time, that's the Yoshi.
Yeah. Courtney says, I gotta go, but I 101% agree with this fanon so far. You can't 103% agree with us? Rude. Freezer says, million Rambis like mall Santas. Yeah, these are Rambi's little helpers. These are, you know, they'll do the same thing for you, but there's only one Rambi who scurries down your chimney on December 24th. Anyway, Cameron, it's been over.
It's been a while since Diddy and Dixie have talked.
Yeah. Well, it's also been like 3.5 hours, and we haven't actually talked about the race, the actual. The actual point of
this was
layer.
A racing layer.
Yeah, and I knew this episode would be long, but I just love that what's ostensibly the shortest or smallest layer, we're able to milk these rhinos for all they're worth. So you do get a little sense of what the race might entail when you walk around, because you've got 3 rhinos just milling about in atop different terrain. And I think, like, it wasn't the liftoff, or I got over to the island, the floating island with the Exploratone tablet by using the liftoff ore and then using the ostrich banana to fly over. Like, you get the elevation with the liftoff ore, and then you use the
I think you can use this liftoff ore, and there's more liftoff ore in some crates off to the side.
Yeah. But you've got a rhino on dirt surrounded by grass. Excuse me, a Rambi, I guess I can call them in this context. You got a Rambi. Oh, that sounds wrong. You've got a Rambi in...
I mean, you can still call them a rhino. They're rhinos.
They're rhinos, but in this context, they're also the Rambis of the Rambi Rumble. You've got a rhino. Okay, I'll just say rhino. It's too weird for me. I'm getting hung up on this. You've got a rhino on the dirt patch surrounded by grass. You've got a rhino on the mud patch. And you've got a rhino on liftoff ore. Which looks like Rambi on Rainbow Road. It's such a weird visual, like, removed from the Rambi rider cart. And you've got some Prospector monkeys explaining how the terrain will interact with the racing mechanics. So one of them says, use liftoff ore to speed up. And one of them says, careful, mud'll slow you down. And so I was like, this is interesting, because I hadn't really considered that, yeah, of course, they're going to have to incorporate the main conceit of the game somehow in the racing. It would be just a developer sin to not do that in some way. Okay, that's kind of making sense. And then you finally were like, well, I've done everything I can do here. I've got all the Banandium gems. I've taken screenshots of everything to a disgusting degree. It's time to talk to Diddy. It's time to actually do the Rambi Rumble. So you go over to Diddy, and he says, welcome to the Rambi Rumble. And you can say, let's race, or see ya. And you see, let's race. And Diddy says, you'll be competing against the two of us. Ready to race? And you can say, okay, or nah. And so you say, okay, and Diddy says, or excuse me, you say, okay. And Diddy says, all right. It's a weird.
Yeah, I like that it's all right spelled with a W, like all right.
Oh, yeah. Oh, all right. Oh, no. I'm doing it again. Let's get our furry butts out on the circuit, which Diddy, look who Donkey's with. That's rude. That's rude to say to a human. Or especially, a human 13-year-old girl. You don't say that. Got a furry butt there, Pauline? What the hell, Diddy? I know you don't talk to many humans. I understand that. I would think you would know a little bit, though, about human culture. But okay. Okay, that's fine. So you say... So anyway, after Diddy makes that faux pas, he then realizes, oh, wait, you think he's going to apologize. But no, he says, since it's your first time, you should probably practice first. If only I had done that before my first time. Anyway, you can practice to your heart's content. And I was nervous. I was like, this seems challenging. This game is going to kick my ass. I don't feel like I can get a handle on this, and especially Diddy and Dixie have really talked themselves up. They're going to kick my ass. And,
I was kind of surprised on a first impression, because when you first get control of Rambi, for one thing, he runs automatically. You don't have to hold an accelerator or anything, or hold forward.
You don't have to spank him or whatever.
He has a ton of forward momentum. And he does not turn easily at all.
No,
he takes a very wide berth, like a truck.
Yeah.
Well, come to find out, actually doing the race, there's probably a reason they do that.
Yeah,
making him not the easiest to control.
Yeah. Would you like to expound upon that? I feel like you are, as far as racing games go, you are the expert on staff, and you would be the best to talk about the mechanics behind this. And
right, I can give it a try. So there's one singular track, and it is a little oblong on one side, but basically like a standard racing oval.
Mm-hmm.
And the course is lined with the surfaces that we saw kind of tutorialized off to the side with those Rambis on various terrain. There is grass/sand, mud, gold, and liftoff ore. Gold was the only one kind of not left out of the tutorial, but you kind of will figure out why soon enough.
Mm-hmm.
And you are kind of incentivized to crash Rambi through this terrain. Specifically, the sand/grass will fuel a meter on screen. It kind of looks like it kind of reads as though the chunks of earth are being ground up into the barrel jets mounted on either side of Rambi. And when the meter is full, or at any time, you can use the ZR button to lift off, and it will leave a trail of liftoff ore in your wake as you also accelerate upward.
Yep.
And you would think oh, this is a boost button. This is just I'm going to need to build up speed and then hit this button and I'll go faster. It doesn't quite work like that. You kind of have to, if you're racing the very rigidly defined way I think the game kind of wants you to, you will set liftoff ore strategically in places to, for one, you can reach an upper tier of the track on the second curve, which is lined with gold. Gold will also fill your meter. And it's also just a faster way to go. But also you can strategically place liftoff ore in the form of ramps so that on a return lap, you can use it to gain speed by just running over it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that is meeting the mechanics on their own terms. What you can actually do is use the giant ramp created by your massive reserve of liftoff ore to cut a 90-degree angle about halfway through the track and immediately land on the other side near the finish line, and it will count as a full lap.
Yeah, wow.
And you can just finish way, way ahead of Diddy and Dixie. And when I first tried this, I was not certain that the game would let me do it. I thought it might flow you like any racing game would, you went out of bounds, time to call Lakitu,
right,
or whatever our equivalent in this Donkey Kong game would be. I guess I don't know. Maybe a salvager monkey in a little flying machine would pick you up with a magnet or something. I don't know. But I should have known. This game is very, very good about, if you think you have found an easier way to do something than the most apparent way with the tools the game has given you, it will 99.99% of the time just let you do it.
Mm-hmm.
It won't throw up an invisible wall. It won't insta-fail your objective. You're just allowed to do it. And in this case, yeah, you're just allowed to basically cheat.
Yeah,
just Andre in the chat says, "Oh God, Hogwash should have shown up as the Rambi Rumble's Lakitu."
I did not cheat. I think I was just too focused on seeing the track, really. And I've only done this once. I haven't gone back and tried it again, although I will eventually. But
I've done this multiple times, and the first time through, I didn't cheat. But then I tried again to see if I could, and you absolutely could.
Yeah. I played it straight the first time around, and I was worried at first because I was like, oh wow, they're ahead of me. I really need to I really need to get ahead. And eventually I did. I don't know if there's any give or take there where it's like a Canary Mary situation where it's made to feel daunting at first, but you can get ahead.
Anecdotally, it really felt to me like the rubber banding for Diddy and Dixie is scaled in both directions, where if you get super far ahead of them, they will eventually close the gap. Especially if you do cheat and cut the corner, I feel like you do see them speed up. But by the same token, I feel like they don't want you to be too discouraged if they pull super far ahead of you either, because you can catch up. I remember one of the early races, I had Rambi crash directly into a wall, and I think I was still able to close the gap.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I did have Rambi ride the wrong way for a little bit, and I did not get a no wrong way.
That's a shame.
You can't win them all.
No, he's busy in the Sea of Thieves in my dreams.
I also, in both in preparation for this episode and also just taking my time, my initial way through this level, because I wanted to experience, like, okay, what's the full breadth of stuff they did with Diddy and Dixie? I caught on to a few fun things they do with them. So I feel like this mini game. So we kind of have picked up, and I think DK Vine largely agrees with this. You see it in DK64. You see it in Smash Brawl. Diddy is impressionable and looks up to Donkey Kong. He's his best buddy, and had to prove himself in DKC2. He's also kind of full of himself. He's cocky.
Yeah.
And I feel like you see a little bit of that here. He big ups himself. He and Dixie big up themselves before you even race. How good they are, that they don't have any competition. And that's a big development in this game. It kind of was a revelation to me of like, oh, Diddy is this way, and Dixie encourages it.
Yeah.
Dixie is just like him.
Yeah.
They're both just a couple of cocky, competition-loving, and they are both sore winners and losers. Whenever they overtake you in a race, Diddy will take off his hat and kind of like salute you with a wave bye.
Yeah.
And Dixie will do the same thing, just kind of like just like a very mocking, like, wave behind you.
She's kind of like, check me out.
Yeah. I also picked up on a very cute couple thing that they're doing here.
The tail?
Yeah, so the way that they're both staying affixed to Rambi while he's moving at high speeds is Dixie is holding on to Diddy's shoulders, and Diddy has his tail wrapped around Dixie's waist, like kind of like a makeshift seatbelt, and it's very, very cute.
It is adorable. I just love them. I love them, and I love seeing them in this context. And yeah, like, so, I always love seeing Diddy take off his hat and seeing his, not bald little head, but I mean, like next to Dixie, he looks like he's a bald little man. So it's, you know, it's
very
adorable.
Funny because without that hat and shirt, he is kind of just a regular monkey.
Yeah, yeah.
And so I know here in our show notes, you have the dialogue for when you beat Diddy and Dixie. Now, because I had a feeling they'd have unique dialogue for if you lost, when I first did this, I did win the race on the first try.
Mm-hmm.
But I was prescient enough to think, well, I also want to see what happens if you lose, so I made a separate save file beforehand and lost on purpose.
Oh, okay. All right.
After I'd already won.
I'm curious because I've never seen this.
Yeah, I can read Diddy's dialogue for you because he's the one who responds.
Please, I'm gonna eat some popcorn right now and enjoy this.
Ha! Neener, neener, nanner, eater. We won. Better luck next time.
Yikes!
It's so mean. I love it.
It's so petulant. He like reverts.
It's a shitty little kid thing to say.
Yeah, like that's like God. Wow. You're right. They are sore winners. Jeez. I'm kind of glad I didn't see that then. I'm kind of glad I made them suffer a little bit. You beat them and they look sad. I've never seen them look this despondent, even on the game over screen of Donkey Kong Country 2, where they're locked away in a sweltering cell They still
I've seen
don't look...
Dixie cry before, and she didn't look this sad.
Yeah. This is like next level. They just look like completely deflated here. And Diddy will say, "No way! You actually beat us at our own race? That's so frustrating."
Dixie chimes in, "So frustrating! I thought we were gonna win for sure."
And then Diddy composes himself. They both do. And Diddy says, "Well, fair's fair. I'll tell you how to get to the top of that big old trophy. Just launch yourself up there from the top of the winner's podium. Kaboom!" Like, Diddy, don't bring up kabooms. It, like, I'm sure that causes collective trauma for both you and Dixie. Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, we'll tell you how, in that we'll activate the barrel cannon for you. Which we could have done from the start when you told us you're trying to reach the planet core, but we really thought we could beat you at this race, and we just wanted to have another notch in our like bragging rights, and yet you humbled
They don't
us.
necessarily know you can turn into some like bizarre ostrich-shaped horror and just fly over there.
Yeah, there's no espresso animal transformation crate as seen in Donkey Country Game Boy Color around here. Like, that's ridiculous.
No instrument pad for you to call Squawks.
Yeah,
To just fly you up there.
And then Diddy will also tell you your best time, which, because I did not cheat.
Be pretty small, though.
Because I did not cheat, because I did not cheese it, my best time was 1:57.76. So, not bad for a first attempt without actually cutting corners. But I am curious to go back now and see what I can do. And then, some of the Prospector monkeys will also, like, congratulate you if you pass them by, saying, "Good going, DK," or "Go claim your trophy." And you jump into the barrel cannon, you blast off, and Pauline is like, "Woohoo! This view is for winners only." Pauline starts to get... It's like, God, like,
Yeah.
Donkey Kong
This layer has just made everybody a bad influence.
Or maybe Donkey Kong is a bad mentor. Like, he's the one who takes this army of children that he trains, and he just makes them all little braggarts.
He's like, "Yeah, I totally kicked Mario's ass in Mario Kart. He didn't throw a shell at me right at the finish line, and I definitely didn't fall to 7th place."
Oh God! Like, Batman treats the Robins better, and one of them got bludgeoned to death with a crowbar. Anyway, Pauline then, as you get closer to the trophy, and it's like a long barrel cannon sequence, just firing out of one barrel cannon, you go pretty far. And then Pauline, I have to revert back to Bananza mode now. Pauline says, "Whoa, that trophy is huge." And then they land on top of it, and that's when I realized, oh yeah, wait, this is all just breakable gold. This trophy, like, I don't know why I hadn't put that together, that, yeah, this is just terrain. This is just gold terrain that you can smash and get a lot of gold from, honestly.
I did wonder, like, from a distance, okay, this looks like smashable gold, but surely there must be kind of a cheat, right? Because this would be an extremely easy spot to just grind for gold with the elephant Bananza if they made this out of breakable gold. But like everything else in the game, it shows you a very exploitable thing, and then says, "Yeah, do it."
Yeah.
Just do it.
Of course, my conscience got the better of me, and I didn't want to ruin Diddy and Dixie's trophy more than I needed to. Didn't want them mad at me. Didn't want them mad at Donkey Kong, or even more mad at Pauline for existing.
Yeah,
so
it doesn't feel good to smash in the way that the Void Cove faces do in Canyon Lair.
Yeah. So, and then Pauline looks at the Void stake and she says, "Really, Void? Even here?" Which I thought was funny. And then there's all these, like, danger signs around, including...
Yeah.
There's one of a monkey. Is it a monkey security guard, or is it... No, it's just a minor hack.
I think it's just a Prospector monkey. I think these That's a fun thing about this layer, that all of the signage you see is just signage from Ingot Isle.
Yeah.
So it's all various like mining safety signs like, hey, don't go in here. Or wear your hard hat.
But I really like the one of just the monkey holding out their arms and hands, and it just says danger. That would be great merchandise to sell, Nintendo. Think about it. But yeah, then you break through the void stake and you drop down to Sublayer 1101, where the boss is, and yep, it's No, I'm joking. There's no boss.
We should also mention the base of this trophy, not breakable like the gold, made of giant barrels, and not just any barrels. They are giant checkpoint barrels.
Yep. The first time that's been referenced in a spell, ever since Professor Chops moved in.
Yeah, this game got references to both.
Yeah, everybody wins. Everybody's here. Every type of checkpoint. No, it's really cool, especially because, yeah, this game uses the tuning forks. So, like, this isn't even applicable to Donkey Kong Bonanza, but they reference it because Diddy and Dixie built this. They don't care about tuning forks. Love that. Just love that. What a layer. Going into the live stream, Andre says Diddy and Dixie have rubbed off on each other. Not like that. And Freezer says, I never beat it without cheating. Well, try it once. You gotta try it once.
Real Mr. Owl move.
We've got calls to take, Cameron. We got 4 calls on this episode. I thought we would get more. I'm kind of glad we didn't, considering how long we have talked about this, and we're still not done. So let's just break into it. Let's do it. 4 calls to take. Call number 1.
Hello, this is Traveler of the Stars. Cam, Hyle, you're looking radiant today. Let's talk about the racing layer. Now, Kongversation listeners to the Bananza episode are probably wondering, what was their favorite caller, Traveler of the Stars? Well, if you're keeping up with the episodes, you will know Hyle did unfortunately dox me and my roommate last time I called in. Kind of fucked up, but we're going to move on from it. Now, I'm not going to talk about all the cool things on this layer, but I want to talk about the serious thing. Now, Hyle made a post on Blue Sky. It was a screenshot of Diddy saying, then let's get her furry butts out on the circuit. And Hyle said, Diddy, I know you just met her, and you don't have much experience talking to humans, but that's potentially a very rude thing to say to Pauline. Now, that was fucked up, what Diddy said. And I'm not going to disagree with that. Look, we live in an age where people are not being held accountable for the fucked up things they're doing and saying, and opinions are silenced, and it's a scary time we live in. And I never want to do that to other people. However, I also don't want our beloved Diddy Kong to befall the same fate that Freezer, on the Freezer episode, is trying to befall our beloved zebras and Frack. They're just, look, what Diddy said was fucked up, and I'm not going to argue against that, but I think that he's still growing, he's still maturing, and I think that what happened was he had cave madness. Now you're saying, Traveler of the Stars, you are a fucking moron. He's been in caves before. And that's true. You're so right. But he's never been this far down before and has to deal with the customer service needs. Have you been a customer service to your listener? I have, and I can tell you, it can be really stressful. Not only does he have to do the Rambi Rumble mini game, he has to, he wants to make his girlfriend happy, keep her happy, happy wife, happy life and all that, but then also to take care of Rhino or Rambies, am I right, Hyle? Shit. Prospector monkeys, they have needs. They're probably like come up to Diddy, tap on the shoulder, listen man, we've been down here for like weeks. I kind of have needs. Do you have like a magazine? Also, or like, hey, like the bathroom's kind of backed up. And he doesn't want Dixie dealing with that, so he has to deal with it all on his own. And I think when he said that comment in game, you could see Dixie and DK, they'd look at each other like not sure what to do. They're like, oh my, that was kind of fucked up. And I think they pull him aside later. He realizes what he said, and when Pauline and Diddy meet up later on, they're chill. Everything is good. So really bravo Nintendo for, I mean, they did multiple 40 chess moves in this game, but this was just probably one of the biggest ones. And they really gave a lot of depth to Diddy Kong. I know we're talking about all the cool things they added, but this was one of the greatest things of depth they added. So bravo Vince, bravo Nintendo, and yeah, I love the Ingot Isle Caden music. It's pretty great.
Whew. I think Traveler got into some of Dixie Kong's sugar supply there. That was a lot to take in, but thank you so much for the call. Sorry for doxing you and Professor Chops. I have no notes. Cameron, are you good with that?
Fortunately, I think Diddy's comments have gone pretty far under the radar.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they're pretty far underground, at least. About 1,100 sublayers underneath the ground. I don't think it's going to get to the surface anytime soon. And, look, Diddy doesn't interact with a whole lot of humans. I'll tell you the humans Diddy interacts with the most in my world. Me. We race against each other all the time in Mario Kart Tour and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. And
maybe Diddy's never seen a human butt. Maybe he just thinks they're furry.
Yeah. I mean, unless I wax mine, I'm just saying, I'm probably the butt Diddy's seen the most in my personal canon. Not weird like that. I'm saying when he beats me up in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Okay? Just... All right, you know what? Let's take the second call, because I feel like people are going to make a thing of this. And I've already incriminated myself far too much over the last 13 seasons. All right, number 2.
Hello, Hyle and Cameron. This is Tim calling, Tim on Blue Sky. First time calling into the DK Vine hotline to talk about the racing layer. This layer wasn't really my favorite in terms of gameplay. It's small, there's not a hell of a lot to do, and the racing controls were a little bit janky, but I will admit it is fun to destroy the giant trophy over and over again with the elephant Bananza. But I really like this layer for what it means for the Donkey Kong series, and that's, of course, the return of Diddy and Dixie, and their direct reference to my favorite game of all time, Donkey Kong Country 2 Diddy's Kong Quest. This is the first part of the game where I actually took screenshots of character dialogue, then referencing the time they teamed up and rescued DK. I just love this duo so much. I've even got a pixel art style tattoo of them battling Captain K. Rool to rescue DK from DKC2. I guess the fact that this layer is so small, it kind of feels like a fan service layer in a good way, getting to talk to your old friends, racing on Rambi, who doesn't talk with a posh accent, thankfully. It's like a break in the smashing and digging to say, hey, Donkey Kong fans, you're eating well, yeah? So here's some more, enjoy. So it wasn't my favorite layer, but I do like it a lot. And even though I didn't play a lot of Donkey Kong 64, I still really appreciate the Grant Coco Rambi race scene. I was humming it for days after playing this layer. And I'd be remiss not to mention the little touches in Diddy and Dixie's animations, with their idle animations also being direct references to the SNES games. Anyway, I love the podcast. I'm really enjoying listening to the layer-by-layer discussion, and I'm glad you're enjoying the game, Hyle. There are so many points in the game where I think, I wonder what Hyle will think of this part. Hoping to call in for some other layers. Have a good day. Cheers, guys.
Well, thank you for the call, Tim. Always great to hear a first-time caller. And yeah, I think that first of all, I'm impressed by your restraint that you didn't take screenshots until now. I can't relate to that, but if you're gonna start taking screenshots in any layer, this is the one to do it. And I think that, as you said, this is the layer that lets Donkey Kong fans know we are eating well. And I think it's also kind of important, too, because it does, like I said, the Bananza very much slow walks. It's indulging in Donkey Kong's past. And I think this is kind of important to let gamers know and let longtime fans know in particular, we are potentially going to reference anything and everything from this point on, because it really opens up the possibilities in your mind of, well, what's to come? We're not even done with the game yet. And I think that's kind of important to set that stage here, lay the groundwork here to really get the mind wondering, what else are we going to see? And I'm not saying if that pays off or not, but it definitely made the last stretch of the game really exciting for me.
Yeah, and I have seen the common complaint with this layer that it does feel a little underbaked, and I feel like I can't really disagree, because you do the one mini game on the one track, and you do kind of have the inclination to go, "Oh, that was it." It's a mechanic that is introduced. It's not really like anything else in the game, and doesn't really show back up again. So it is kind of a weird detour, but I think it is more than justified with everything else that they do with it.
I think it's also fun because, and we'll maybe talk about this a little bit more towards the end, Cameron, but it's fun that it's Donkey Kong Bonanza from Diddy and Dixie's perspective, and it's them forcing their own style and wants and preferences onto this world. So in that context, like, you are in Diddy and Dixie's world in this layer. So the conventions up until this point go out the window, which I kind of appreciate as well. But yeah, it's not the biggest layer. It's not the layer that's going to resonate with any fans who aren't Donkey Kong sickos, like pretty much anybody listening to this podcast, probably.
I like the way Courtney has put it in the chat. Sometimes underbaked stuff is good, like brownies.
Yeah, cookie dough. You know, they have vegan cookie dough you can just buy and eat raw, and like, it's like, yeah, hell yeah. And, you know, there's no danger of getting sick from it unless you eat too much, because unlike Dixie, I can't handle all that sugar.
No, I remember, this is a tangent in an episode that really can't afford tangents, but I have childhood memories of receiving a box of, like, gourmet cookie dough that was, like, designed for you to eat raw without, like, you know, salmonella concerns or anything.
Yeah.
And as a kid, I'm thinking, oh my god, this is great. This is, like, what I always wanted. Why aren't there more of this? Why am I eating this all the time? And then, like, 3 spoonfuls in, you get why, because, oh my god, I just felt miserable and I didn't want to eat the rest.
Yeah.
It turns out that can be too much of a good thing.
It can be. Not with Donkey Kong stuff, though. I'm fully willing and able to overindulge when it comes to Donkey Kong. Before we move on, Tim did bring up something we did not bring up: the use of Rambi's music in the Rambi Rumble, the Stampede way. And yeah, we knew this music was coming because we had heard it in one of the Nintendo Today clips, and several of them in the, like, funny faces clips they would upload of Donkey Kong and Pauline. So we knew this was going to be in the game, and then once you realize it's not going to play at any points prior to this, you kind of figure, oh, when we get to the rhino races, that's when we'll hear it.
It's kind of funny that the funny faces videos sort of ruined the song for me when it showed up.
Yeah.
Not in terms of spoiling it, but because in those funny face videos, they have a like referee whistle sound whenever Donkey Kong changes expression.
Uh-huh.
And so when I got to the song in the game, I was just kind of conditioned to expect that whistle every few beats of the song, and it threw me off.
Sure. Yeah. For me, like, that song, it was overplayed by the point we actually got here, because I had watched all those videos. And also the Getaway song was ruined for me, the slap bass song, because I had referred to it as the porno anthem, because it sounds like a parody of 70s porn. And I always just assumed it would be Funky's music, or like you cut back to Donkey Kong Island with Funky and Candy together. And this layer, like, firmly squashed those hopes. So, all the songs used in Nintendo Today were preemptively sullied before we even got to them in Bonanza.
But it is fun to see a very deliberate nod to the 3D Donkey Kong that came before this.
Like I've been saying, Bananza, I did not expect it to read and play so much like an actual sequel to Donkey Kong 64, and to have them embrace it and not run from it. Ooh, we know that game's bad. We're not going to even acknowledge it. No, they celebrate it.
It's a game that doesn't want to be DK64, but it loves DK64.
And I believe there was just a recent interview with the Bananza head devs, and they said, there are people on their team who loved the Donkey Kong Country games, and some of them loved Donkey Kong 64. And it shows. I mean, it completely shows. Well, thank you for the call, Tim. Let's play our third caller.
Hello, Cameron. Hello, Hyle. This is Chronex calling in for the Racing Lair. And the Racing Lair giving a very unexpected W to Candy Kong. That's what I'm going to spend most of our time talking about. Candy Kong gets a verbal mention in this game, which is more than you could say for most of the Kongs. Which is surprising to an extent. I mean, if anybody was going to come back to the series after who we've had in Tropical Freeze, I guess she makes sense. She has Donkey Kong Country 1 seniority. I know that's unfortunately kind of an important variable, but I wonder if they were mostly done with her because she kind of fulfills some old stereotypes. If you remember Tawna Bandicoot, Crash's girlfriend in Crash 1, she's basically in that game, and then we don't see original flavor Tawna in any other game following. So I thought that might have been what they did with Candy. Although maybe it was just more circumstantial. If you want a Kong to save or to do something else, there are always Cranky and Funky available who are more maybe iconic and have less problems associated with them. But who cares? Because it seems like Candy might be back eventually. So good for her. A few more little miscellaneous things. You can completely skip the race here if you want with some clever use of some liftoff ore, and I think you get Elephant Bonanza too. But Pauline is a DK Viner at heart because she kind of tries you for this, and she says that you should go back to beat Diddy and Dixie at their race at some point in the future. It seems like they're trying to say that Rambis are this whole species of rhino, and Rambi is not going to have a different name from the species. This is very typical for Mario stuff. We got Yoshi's and Toads, and also main characters who have the same name. It's not always clear who's supposed to be what. I don't like that, but whatever. And finally, Hyle, you chided Dixie Kong for chewing bubblegum and drinking soda at the same time, but what else is she supposed to eat down here? Right? Flip-Top 4 tastes like petroleum Pop Rocks. You can have that, or you can have dirt, or, maybe some delicious candy. And, as this layer shows, you could all have some sweet candy at some point. Thank you for taking the call.
Well, thank you for the call. I just think Dixie needs some nutrition on top of the sugary treats. I worry about Dixie's health. I don't want her to get diabetes while she's in the underground world. She needs to eat something. And I hate food, and I'm saying that. So it's serious. To your point about Candy, though, I would say, and I've been saying this, I think Candy was the one I had questions about. Now I'm not concerned. I think every Kong is back on the table. I've been saying this since at least the Super Mario Brothers movie, when Swanky and Chunky showed up. Two characters who have not been seen during the entirety of the buyout era onward. And Swanky in particular was just very mind-blowing for me, seeing him on that poster and then seeing him in the movie get incinerated. I couldn't believe that. And that's when I knew, okay. But there's knowing, and then there's knowing. And I think we needed to see it in a video game. And just having Candy referenced, God, it feels good. It feels good as a fan of all of this nonsense. I'm at the point where I'm okay, yeah, when's Bachelor Bear showing up? It's possible. You never know. So, for as weird as Candy is in the modern context, and as much retooling as they might have to do with her to, make her more than a one-note joke, I'm eager to see, how they would do that. I want them to try.
Yeah, and I think Tawna Bandicoot in the Crash Bandicoot series is a good point of comparison, because I'm aware of what they've done with that character recently, from the Insane Trilogy remakes to the Crash Team Racing remake to Crash 4, and it took very, very little to recontextualize that character in a way that I think plays just fine.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's really all the tact you need to take with Candy as well.
Yeah. Yeah. And she's got like the music thing. She's got that hook for her character. She just, maybe says dialogue other than "let me show you how to use your instrument. Come here, big boy." Like maybe she doesn't need to do that anymore. And I'm like, look, I'm very like sex positive. I don't mind. I'm always talking about my fluids on the podcast. It's fine, but there's like a matter of degrees and taste in how you do it. And I would be happy to rehabilitate that character, and it's very possible now. So at least we know she's still around, and she's apparently, still on good terms with the other Kongs. So yeah. Anything else you want to bring up from that call, Cameron?
No, I think we just about summed it up.
All right. Well, I was going to say this is our last call. It is going to be the last call we take. Somebody just called into the hotline now. I'm so sorry. You've missed the cutoff. We're already over 4 hours into this. I'm not. I'll save it for the call sack. Let's go ahead and play our last call that came in before we started recording.
Hello, Hyle and Cameron. This is TJ calling in to discuss the Rambi racing layer. So I have to be honest with you guys. I've called in before talking about how I'm a little jealous of Rambi because I'm a huge Squawks the Parrot fan, and I think Squawks should be getting equal attention and all the glory that Rambi gets. So before as you guys were headed to this episode, I had this huge routine planned where I was going to go on a big rant complaining about the layer, that we see too much of Rambi, and that there should be a Squawks layer. There should be a layer where there's a bunch of Squawks everywhere. I get to talk to them, and they're getting appreciated. Lo and behold, before you guys got to this layer, a certain DLC campaign dropped, and let's just say that routine would have thankfully aged very badly. So with that out of the way, I can now judge this layer on its own merits, and I'm happy to say it's very, very good. It's nice seeing all the Rambis. They're adorable. I love the confirmation that Rambi is an animal, and that he's not seen as, he's not anthropomorphic at all. He's an actual animal. He's Donkey Kong's pet. I like seeing Dixie and Diddy again. I love the confirmation that this takes place after DKC2. So, I think this layer is a lot of fun. I love the details. And, great layer. Love Rambi. So thank you guys for taking the call.
Well, thank you for the call. I actually remembered your call about Squawks when the DLC dropped, because I thought, I bet Kongversation Colored TJ is very happy right now that Squawks is now factoring into Bananza. And
he was kind of a glaring absence until that DLC, just because teams previously in the series have a history of like going out of their way to incorporate Squawks in really inventive ways because he doesn't fit the game design that they've gone with.
Yeah, and like Squawks was a glaring absence in Bananza, and like I didn't mind it as much, even though I really like Squawks, not as much as TJ, but I really like Squawks. And like it was just one of those things where, well, Squawks has been getting so much attention. It's fine if Squawks doesn't appear in this, but it still felt odd.
It felt odd, but I wasn't like, we need to do a welfare check on Squawks.
Right. Squawks is going to be okay. Squawks is in the theme park. Squawks is very prominent, but they were obviously holding Squawks back for the DLC. They had a plan for our man who's a parrot. And that actually, we're not discussing DLC on the Kongversation until we're done with the core game and the post game. We will have a separate episode for DK Island, but it is worth bringing up now just because of what the DLC adds to this layer. And that is the Squawks insert. And you and I, we had to reach out. You actually did the reaching out to anybody who could look at this content, because it's a very specific circumstance, I believe. I have not gone back to Racing Layer, but I have not also installed the DLC yet. I want to I want to complete the game 100% before I download the DLC.
Yeah, basically, this is something you only encounter if you have the DLC installed, but have not completed the game.
Not beaten the story, then. Yeah.
Right, not beaten the story. And you can do it before 100%, of course. But this frustrated me a little bit because for ages, because this game has 3 save files, I had a dedicated save file from before finishing the game at Racing Layer.
Uh-huh.
And I had that for ages, and eventually I concluded, well, there's actually no real reason for me to have this. I can just look up the dialogue in my screenshots or on YouTube if I need to revisit it.
Right.
And lo and behold, I ended up needing it. But thankfully, Freezer came to our rescue.
Mm-hmm.
With access to a file that had reached Racing Layer but not finished the game. And was able to show us the context of what's different this time if you have the DLC installed, but have not finished the story.
And what's different is Squawks is there. I guess Squawks went with Diddy and Dixie to Ingot Isle and the herd of rhinos. And despite Squawks being able to fly, Squawks was still caught in a maelstrom and wound up in Sublayer 1100.
Yeah, hi March Rose in the chat. Hey,
hi March Rose.
You can make the...
Yep, we're still going.
Didn't think y'all would still be recording. Yeah, that's what happens when you put Diddy and Dixie in this game.
Yeah. So you can talk to Squawks and DK. Well, first of all, I love that Squawks, and I haven't installed the DLC yet, but I love that Squawks says squawk, just like in DK64. Just a little touch that I appreciate.
Yeah,
but
we don't have posh Squawks either, even though it would have been more understandable for the parrot to talk like a human.
Oh, hello, Donkey Kong and young human traveler. I am Squawks the parrot. Well met. I have done many experiences and adventures throughout the years, from holding a torchlight through the dark, dank mines to defeating the noble tyrant King Zing in his very throne. No, it's Squawk! And Donkey Kong has a little thought in his head.
This feels pretty notable that we don't get a lot of DK's internal monologue in this game up until this.
You get it a little bit, like when you're trying to read a sign from the back. But, yeah, DK's mostly silent but violent in this game, like a fart. And, yeah, he has an internal monologue here where he says, Squawks reminds me of home. What, Diddy didn't? Dixie didn't? All the rhinos didn't? Okay. But yeah, Squawks reminds me of home. And you can say, time to daydream, or gotta stay focused. And if you daydream, you actually flash back to Donkey Kong Island. This is kind of wild to me that they would do this.
Yeah. And if you'd like us to talk more about Donkey Kong Island as seen in this daydream, you can probably watch us on the Idaho Crew stream in about a few weeks when we'll almost certainly do this.
Yeah, but yeah, you like can walk Donkey Kong around, the areas, and then you like go up to Squawks, and DK thinks back to reality, and you can say better get back to it. Or not yet. Which, yeah, whenever I'm daydreaming, I always have to make that decision. Oh, should I stop?
Yeah, whenever I daydream, I think, time to daydream. And then I think, I better get back to it. That's definitely how daydreaming works.
I don't know. As of late, I would rather stay away from reality. I'm completely fine stayed in my head. But yeah, then Donkey Kong gets pulled out.
Donkey Kong's does stay in his head. His island is shaped like it.
Yeah, true. Yeah, and Donkey thinks DK Island, good times. That was before Ingot Isle. that was before the dark times. The Void Company. Yeah. It's fun. It's funny. In the live stream, Andre says, I'm going to try to read all of this. Andre, you are verbose. Just Andre, you are just a little wordy. Scroll up. All right. God, scroll up. God, I fucking hate OBS sometimes.
I can read the block. Right, that's the other thing. Not only does referring back to country to disabuse the notion that this is any sort of reboot, but also the possibility that Pauline is so young because Diddy and Dixie already know him, but Bananza actually takes place before the country games. Unlike a reboot, I wouldn't even be opposed to the new Donkey Kong games fleshing out the timeline by being interquels, but again, the fact that this game is concerned with clarifying the series' chronology one way or the other is a good sign.
Yeah, for all of the hand-wringing that the Bananza Direct weirdly brought up because of Pauline, this game goes out of its way to let you know, hey, all this stuff happened in the past. Don't worry. And I mean, like, for me, I wasn't worried because Cranky, I kind of, saw what they were doing, but a lot of people just, for whatever reason, Cranky and that lineage is a blind spot that they refuse to accept. And so this idea that, Bananza's either a complete reboot or it's a extreme prequel or Nintendo doesn't care.
It's another reason I appreciate that this is a layer where the characters look directly at the camera and tell you things that have happened before.
Yeah.
Because it really feels like clearly implying just isn't enough for some people.
Yeah. And there's no shame in it either. I think some of this discourse has been salted and people just, in honor of Squawks, parrot what other people say. And ever since South Park did that episode on member berries, it's like referencing anything is considered a bad thing now. It's somehow considered beneath true art to call back or embrace
don't get me down a Sonic series discourse rabbit hole right
yeah
now.
Yeah, and I think we are kind of in the clear from that, at least as hardcore DK fanatics, the sickos, because we are so starved for this that it's long overdue. Yeah,
God, it super is. I'm gonna end up repeating myself, but there's so much to appreciate here.
Yeah, which is why we spent so long talking about...
And we're not even done with the stuff to appreciate.
Yeah, because, you know how Bananza do. You know how it do. You go through, you drop through the sinkhole, you get to the new loading screen, and it will usually roll up a new piece of 2D hand-drawn artwork that is now relevant to the game. In this case... it's new artwork of Diddy Kong and Dixie Kong and a rhino. And you get the little text that says, a couple of carefree Kongs who are two of DK's closest friends. And God, I love this artwork. This is so good.
It's so characterful. It's so cute. I think this might be the first time we've seen Rambi drawn in this style.
A Rambi, but yes. Yeah. And
I am such a sucker for Nakaway's art, and this is incredible. This is another part where I can say I do not mind that this game is taking pages out of Mario's playbook, including more two-dimensional drawings of these characters by the Mario series artist, or at least someone playing around in their style. But
yeah.
I assume this is Nakaway.
I think it's Nakaway, but
all of this is just so charming.
Also, I think this is the first time we've seen Nakaway's art with the actual redesign of Diddy and Dixie, like some of the flourishes incorporated, like the new pins.
Yeah, because the retooled art we've seen previously of Diddy, like, it doesn't... It was modified, but it wasn't as heavily modified as Donkey Kong, mostly because the brim of the hat was positioned in a way where it kind of obscured anything going on.
Yeah. Like, you could see a little bit of the new subtle brow that's there under the fur, but, like, the details didn't really register, which is why it went under the radar for as long as it did. But yeah, here it's like the DD pin, the DX guitar pick pin. It's just great to see. And I just love seeing 2D artwork of these characters. I mean, that's why the King of Swing, art is so beloved, because it is just fun to see familiar designs, familiar characters in slightly new context.
God, for sure.
Finally, as you drop through the sinkhole towards the next layer, towards the next world, Pauline has some thoughts. And, again, this is going past Sublayer 1100 a little bit, but I hope you don't mind. It's kind of a nice capper to this world. Pauline says, "I'm glad you got to see your friends again." And then she thinks, based on the way Diddy, Dixie, and the Prospector monkeys are living their lives, I guess life down here wouldn't be that bad. But if I don't get home, Grandma will worry. Do you have friends waiting up there too, DK? And then in my head, I just flashed to Funky and Candy with the music playing. But yeah, wrapping up our long-winded chat of this episode. Like, the design ethos of the race. Very different from Bananza, as we've mentioned. But it still incorporates terrain into the racing. It still, like, does work, in my opinion, right? How are you feeling?
So, I took some notes on before we went into this episode, kind of taking into account how I felt about this layer on a first impression and how I've seen other people talk about it. And I can kind of go over a bit of what was percolating in my mind. So, this is, I think, at least before they added DLC with a giant Donkey Kong Island head, this was the layer in the game that reminded me most of Donkey Kong 64.
Mm-hmm.
And I assure you that's a good thing, but even though it won't sound like it from what I'm about to say.
Okay.
So when Jeff was on here discussing the forest layer, he described how the game is, the structure of most of the rest of the game is built out from a gameplay idea first, like is kind of Nintendo's bread and butter. They always, right. You land on the game design first, but this team was especially brilliant at then taking that gameplay idea and brilliantly building out the world around it. And this is the one layer in the game where I feel like the polarity was reversed. I really feel like this was a layer where they wanted to be characterful and kind of reverse engineered the rest of it around it. And like it is a very small layer. It's lacking in a lot of the standard things you've come to expect so far from any layer that's not like the divide or the junction. There's no fossils. There is the central goal of the area is entirely bypassable, and the minigame itself that is present in this layer is, while definitely using mechanics that you have familiarized yourself with and understand from encountering them earlier in the layer, earlier in the game, still controls fundamentally different in a way nothing else in the game really has, except for maybe riding the minecarts. And that's a generous definition of control.
Right.
And they're exclusive to a singular racetrack. And when you did the race once, you're kind of done and can move on. But so Hyle, you remember Rambi in Donkey Kong 64?
I do. That actually jostles my memory a little bit. I do remember Rambi and Donkey Kong 64. I remember that game.
So, do you remember how in DK64 Rambi appeared for all of one room, one hallway, and a minigame?
I do know. I do know how underbaked it was, like a brownie, yeah.
It's almost as if the team knew that they'd landed on a game design where Rambi really didn't organically fit what they were going for.
Mm-hmm.
But the DK64 team knew the presence of animal buddies is considered so part and parcel with the identity of the Donkey Kong Country IP that it would feel wrong to exclude them. Just like the minecarts, just like a lot of things in DK64 that kind of cut against the grain of it being like a Banjo-Kazooie alike.
Right.
And I feel like that was coming from a similar place with this game. And it feels like a layer designed first and foremost to reinforce some of the characters and other trappings in this series that have otherwise fallen by the wayside, not just in Bananza itself, but through years of this series being inactive, through years of it being active and just kind of underplaying them. Because they don't 100% gel with the game design, either in Bananza or other games. And it feels like a very unusual thing for Nintendo to make a concentrated effort to do, to carve out this portion of the game with the greater goal of reinforcing how important all these things are to the Donkey Kong series, to give you that moment of just feeling good, revisiting all this history, saying hi to your good buddies again. And that feels like a very unusual thing for Nintendo to do.
Yeah.
Or rather, it feels like an odd thing for the Nintendo of several years ago to do.
Right.
Like, with the context of some of the stuff in Odyssey, with the context of what Splatoon does, with its world building and characters, it feels like the reward of this layer isn't that you get an ultra satisfying detour into a racing minigame. The reward of this layer is this indulgence in familiar faces, is this indulgence in world building, is just basking in the fun of seeing all of this again and getting a moment.
Yeah.
With everyone here. And if that means that a little bit of the minigame that they come part and parcel with to justify them being there is a little undercooked, I will take that over. Well, we didn't find a way to organically incorporate these characters into the game design that we built the rest of the game around, so we're just not even going to mention them by name.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take that. I'll take the alternative any day of the week.
Absolutely. And you know, like, for as much as it is about, like, oh, we probably should have some animal writing in our Donkey Kong game. Oh, we should probably get Diddy or Dixie in our Donkey Kong game. For as much as that exist, it's also about we should really start laying the groundwork for what future Donkey Kong games are. Because this is going to be a lot of people's first Donkey Kong game, and we don't want it to be an outlier, and we want to weave in stuff that we will definitely do in the future when we do a 2D Donkey Kong game, or even another type of 3D Donkey Kong game where you might see more familiar country elements.
You even mentioned, like, wanting to showcase the animal riding. That's a good point, because I'm extremely suspect that the Bananza forums grew out of wanting to have a greater implementation of the animal buddies before realizing, well, the more streamlined thing to do is to just have DK turn into the animals with the abilities, because otherwise it sticks out that, like, well, why is there an ostrich transformation that glides? Because Espresso existed.
Yeah.
But there's no rhino Bananza. Mm-hmm. So Rambi is the perfect one to showcase. Yeah, we didn't forget the animal buddies. Are you nuts?
Right. Yeah. And we didn't forget Candy Kong. We didn't forget Donkey Kong Country 2 or Donkey Kong Country 3. And yeah, I mean, that's what this layer is. This layer is a statement as much as it is anything else. And I think it's an important statement to be had. One Kickman in the live stream says people are still saying it's a prequel to the arcade game. Yeah, it's people who haven't played Bananza. I don't have time for those fools, those clowns. This layer is a love letter to the Donkey Kong series, specifically the Donkey Kong Country series and Diddy Kong Racing. And it's a statement that needed to be made, I feel like, to put fans at ease. As if, you know, other stuff later in the game wouldn't put them at ease. But I think it came at just the right time in the game. And you know what? Even though this kind of betrays the usual mechanics and gameplay of Donkey Kong Bananza, it was nice to be able to say, at least as far as Racing Layer goes, Nintendo doesn't worry about punching rocks, and neither should you. Don't take any of this stuff too seriously, and just have fun with Donkey Kong lore.
This has been a File 2 production.
Que rico.